坐标，一个我们要的第0秒。那破碎以后复原的，连接往日未来的骄傲，是你给我明日从此的坐标。孤身到同行后才向前跑。谁到此以后可别忘了，在机场以后不要分道扬镳。最开始的启程到最后找到。
This world shrouded in darkest night will soon welcome Lord Dechen's return.
We must join forces to prevent the Dark Lord's revival. Answer the call of the token and follow me into battle.
Neither I nor my 5 Thunder Drums will permit the Dark Lord's return.
A mere mortal. Seeking to overcome the divine? How misguided.
Oh.
Beyond this battlefield, another story is waiting to be told. One of grace and unshakable spirit. This is a celebration of a new generation ready to command the stage. When queens rule, they lead with grace, pride, heart, and passion. And now new stories will be told. A new era begins today. The world will see that royalty doesn't belong to kings alone. It belongs to queens who rule their own fate. This is Honor of Queens. And now, let's meet the queens who will rule the battlefield. Leading with confidence and the heart of true competitors. They're here to make a statement and claim their victory. Give it up for NL Gaming. And standing across of them, ready to rise to the challenge with wings of power and heart of warriors, Alpha Gaming Angel. NL Gaming versus Alpha Gaming Angel. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the Honor of Kings Nation Clan, where we kickstart the event with none other than the Honor of Queens Finals. So, my name is Sagi. Alongside of me is Rookie and also Chantel.
You know what? I'm so happy to be here getting to see this first ever tournament for women in HOK. I'm just so proud that I'm also able to represent women at the desk. It's so empowering.
Yeah, looking at the teams that are participating today, we have high expectations and they are gonna break it on this day.
And let's talk about the entire schedule for today here. It is the Grand Finals day. We start off the day with the Honor of Queens Grand Finals between NL Gaming and also Alpha Gaming Angels. And then, after the series, we will have the show match between Team Home and Team Away. We have influencers, KOLs coming in for a big show match. And then, the main event of the Honor of Kings Nation Clash, we will be having the MKL teams going up against PKL teams.
Definitely a jam-packed schedule for everyone. I'm just really looking forward to see also the performance from our KOLs. They've been watching all the games since we started our KNC, so probably we might see them adapting or taking some of the strategies from our pro players.
Yeah, we're happy to see the KOLs participating, and we are excited to see the Honor of Queens and the Grand Finals of a Nation Clash. But our main event today, right now, right here, is Honor of Queens Grand Finals.
It will definitely be a very interesting matchup coming in for the Honor of Queens. They are no real small deals here. We're talking about high peak players, high star players here, and then they form a team. Full woman team coming into these grand tournaments. I bet they could destroy you in rank, rookie.
No. They got me covered. They got me covered. They're gonna destroy me. One of the players of NL Gaming has a 2,300 peak rank.
Oh, 2,000.
I have a 1,100 peak rank.
I mean, I think better than other players for majority of the Southeast Asian regions.
That is actually very insane if you talk about it, but let's talk about our Decade of Promise here. For everyone who's watching Decade of Promise live today, log in now and instantly claim 1,200 honor points, which gives you about 30 free honor draws, 1,000 limited tokens, Sprite Link costume, and free skins. And it gets better here. You get all the heroes and 100 selected skins are free to use for a limited time. Spotlight these while you can. Redeem Wishing Crane Aaron, the Divine Tree Ascendant Hoyi. Log in now and claim your rewards.
Indeed, a celebration for everyone because we're already 10 years a celebration of our game. And if I'm not mistaken, we also have activations for some parts in the Philippines. So we also have a Decade of Promise.
Yeah, not only in the Philippines, but here in the Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a lot of activations. So look at our social media, look and follow, because there are gonna be so many events that are gonna be performing in each of the respectful nations.
And talking about events as well, if you are in Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, if you're in Malaysia, drop by to Quill City Mall. We have mini games, we have activities, we have free goodies, we have giveaways as well. Just drop by if you're free, take the monorail, take anywhere, and just come over to this happy event that we're having.
And who knows, maybe you're supporters of some of the KOLs here. We also have some of the international casters with us. We have a Kin and even Holler at the venue.
Yeah, a lot of international faces. We are gonna see them today. But don't forget that the players are participating with one of the best devices here, Sagi.
Exactly, the Realme 15 Pro, born for esports, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demands. If you are into a flawless, seamless gaming inside a phone with good cooling, good FPS, do give Realme 15 Pro a try.
I mean, it's the last day of KNC. I've been asking for the phone since day one. Hopefully, I get one. I get one when we do the
Lucky draw, yeah.
I've been holding back these two people right here from stealing all the phones since the first day of Nation Clash, Sagi.
Exactly, right? We talk about these like very good stuff, right? But let's put our focus back to Honor of Queens because our starting matchup of the day for this entire final day coming in for the Honor of Kings Nation Clash, it is none other between NL Gaming and also Alpha Gaming Angels here. They play multiple days to come up into the final two teams that we have on stage right now.
I mean, this is a celebration of female players, and the best way is to know them at the grand finals of KNC. And what I really like is the initiative of having that representation in a male-dominated scene. And that's why, for me, this is kind of personal because being with you at the desk as a female caster means a lot to me. Now, me casting Honor of Queens, it's just heartwarming.
Yeah, this is a big statement too because a lot of these Honor of Queens players not only came from Malaysia, but there are some who came from the Philippines, who came from Thailand, who came from Indonesia. So they are trying to represent their nation here.
And what better way of representing their nation than to go into the game between NL Gaming on the blue side and Alpha Gaming Angels on towards the red side. Chantel, let's get into the pick and bans.
By the way, this is gonna be a best of 3, so definitely these ladies would definitely pick their best heroes as much as possible. So we won't see Liang and even Dharma this game, and even Luna and Adolia. By the way, for Rookie, he mentioned earlier that we have a player that has 2,300 pick points. So let's talk about that. I mean, this girl's min business.
Yeah. We're gonna look at the mid laner for NLG. Rin, one of the strongest, but not only Rin. Look at Alpha Gaming. They have a solid lineup too, with the mid laner be having a 2,200. So 100 difference between two mid laners, Sagi.
And it will be very interesting, especially when we talk about Alpha Gaming Angels here. They have a pro player coming in from the MKO as well. Jaja in the roam. She's been playing with DZT and she can bring that experience towards these grand stages.
Definitely, veterancy is one thing for these ladies. So as much as possible, you need that presence of a strong leader inside the team. So we could probably say that for APG, they already have an edge against NLG on this game. But for this one, the idea is going to be on the hands of NLG. Now you have Byron probably for that third pick for APG Angels.
Yeah, they're not gonna reveal the jungle yet on this draft. And looking at the picks for the first 3 phases of Alpha Gaming and NLG, remember that Global Band pick is online on this tournament today. So they're gonna have to keep that in mind too. So the other games, the second and third games, is gonna bring a lot more than just drafting, Sagi.
Drafting alone means a lot, but in the end, it will come down to the player's execution that we're talking about, especially when we see Rin on that Mai Shiranui. Yep, you mentioned that she is 2,300 in heat. And then that's her main hero as well coming into the series.
So it's all about comfortability and showing what you've got, or showing your best for just game number 1. So when we say a best of 3, definitely you want that momentum to build up starting game number 1. So I really like the drafting of these ladies. Now, given the fact that you have heroes that are meant to be on the priority side, it's really nice for NLG that they pick these heroes.
Yep, we're gonna look at the control with that Mai and Idea combo. Early game rotation and map pressure is gonna be the key for NLG. But Alpha Gaming, they have that Yuhuan and Long combo with that output of damage in the early game and that wide range effect of stun. They are gonna be controlling the tempo too against the aggressivity of NL Gaming.
I like the fact that you put up the point regarding the Yuhuan and also the Long. It seems to be a very good counter pick, especially when they draft the Mai Shiranui. Your ultimate allows you to bail out of sticky situations here, so it's proper planning thus far coming in from Alpha Gaming Angel here. And then, going to the 4th pick here, putting Sushi on that Ogrun is a decent choice to pair up for that early game.
Yeah, that's true. And now that we have the Ogrande, just like you've mentioned, for APG's lineup, it's a mixture of everything. I mean, you have a hero that has to stay with the Byron on the flash lane. You have a scaling hero on this Augin, and even Yuan on the sustain. So for the side of LG, they will answer with probably Musashi, or they picked already the Sunse. So I really like also for NLG that it's a mixture of a very chaotic type of hero composition. I mean, having the Sunse means that somehow you wanna engage in a way that it is considered to be a surprise attack with those set sails, and it speeds up everything because of the mobility of the hero.
Wow, that's true, Chantel. I agree 100%. The pure aggressive draft of NLG is gonna bring so much havoc to the team fight, but to counter that output pressure from NLG, Alpha Gaming Angels is gonna close in on the Zhangfei, and the Zhangfei is gonna gain control. And we are gonna look at a Yuhuan Zhangfei combo for their mid lane and roam.
It is a very strong setup so far coming in for the Alpha Gaming Angels here. You have the Zhangfei to really disengage from all these multiple engages coming in from NL Gaming. We're talking about Sun Tzu set sail, we're talking about Kitty on that Musashi, and finally Rin on that Mai Shiranui. So many engage being drafted by the side of NLG. for the side APGA, they are looking to really play it slow and play consistently.
And given the fact that you have a lot of crowd controls coming in from NLG Gaming, let's expect that this team will be more on the aggressive side. Early game probably will do a lot of pokes and somehow pressure majority of the areas around the map. Now for APG, we've mentioned that this is a team that has a pro player under their sleeve, and it feels like for them, in terms of the knowledge or in terms of the execution, they have an edge. But who knows, maybe MLG will surprise us or us in this game number 1.
Without further ado, let's hop into the game number 1 of our Honor of Queens Grand Finals between NL Gaming and also Alpha Gaming Angel.
Yep, we're gonna look at the Queens of the Gorge playing to get their glory, NLG and Alpha Gaming Angels.
I've definitely waited for this moment. When I heard that we will be having Honor Queens on the last day, we're just really looking forward. So close for you, but there is a disengage coming in from Malaysia. So we've mentioned about be aggressive. What's nice for APG is that despite the fact that MLG has those crowd controls, it is APG being aggressors for this game number 1.
Already a lot of HP being cut down by you on that clash lane here. So that's going to be a bit of a jitter here going towards mid side. You can start to see Rin being super aggressive on that Maestro Nui here, but gets punished by Sushi here.
Yep, the pressure is crazy, but right now, the jungle control is looking very good for Alpha Gaming. And with that high pressure teams and high pressure gameplay, Nylon Gaming, they need to get that early pace rotation.
Yeah, definitely. Given the fact that they have the Mai, and we all know that for Mai, as much as possible, you want to lead the charge early game. But for APG, constant or continuous rotation against NLG is very effective as of the moment. And one thing that is very effective, by the way, for NLG is those visions around the river against APG. As much as possible, you want to find that jungler. You want to give that space. You want to give that information to your teammates.
Exactly the case here, Chantel. And we're looking at more of these rotations coming in towards the mid side here. Towards that NLG. They're setting up. They're looking for Sushi.
Oh, and it's gonna engage the team fight. The unending star in the duel to the death from that Musashi connects to the backline. Sushi is gonna be cut off one by one. The team fight's breaking by NLG, but Owl is survived. Sushi still kills one, and they get two. What an outplay from Alpha Gaming!
Good rotation coming in from the APG Angels here. They came in, they kited it well. Sushi survived the entire rotation coming in from NLG.
Definitely a crucial team fight for APG, and they won that. It feels like for Sushi, this is his favorite hero, right? Because of the sustain that it has, and even for the rest of the players of APG, they were just ready to feel damage against the players of NLG. Now for NLG, they kind of overstayed during those pokes. I mean, pokes were okay, but to engage for longer team fight, it was very disadvantageous for them.
Yeah, Sushi was amazing. She knows her power, and she knows the damage that they're gonna do. And with that confidence in mind, she made that moment her place and her stage. And MLG, they're gonna try to control the game again.
We can start to see the pressure being elevated coming in for the APG Angels. It's 2-1 in terms of scoreboard here, but almost a 1,000 goalie in favor of the red side right now. If we go towards the 4th-minute mark, it will be beneficial for the side of APGA.
And we've talked about Sushi, by the way. She has 500 stars as a player. I mean, I haven't reached 20 even.
But that also proves that the players of Honor of Queens is up to standard and up to quality, and I may say up and even better than most of the male-dominated players.
Ooh, you make a very big statement, and they are showing us why exactly that statement is true. 4th minute on the line, Tyrant has been spawned on towards the Gorge. APGA takes it with no contention. On the flip side, NLG do put their focus, trying to get a bit of an exchange on this Overlord, but members of APGA are coming.
Oh, they're gonna jump in, and the outburst connects to the back line. This one is gonna be knocked back. They are not gonna fall back, and he's gonna engage again. And right now, that Long is coming in with that infinite fastness, and 4 players are trying to be down. NLG is getting wiped out.
Alpha Gaming Angels to get back-to-back kills. Sushi with a triple kill. getting everything on the board that APGA needs to settle this game. 4th minute, 3,000 goalie already for APG.
Just imagine the items that Sushi has now on this game with all those kills from early game, now almost close to mid game. And I really like what APG did. It's as if they predicted that for the side of MLG, they went to the Overlord. So they went straight on that area, engaged for a team fight, and won that match or won that skirmish. And right after that, they went straight again for another objective. So it's them pressure the jungle area of MLG that is what's effective for them. And MLG, they need to regroup as of the moment. They need to regroup as early as possible to lessen this lead, but I think APG is ready for this play.
Oh, they're gonna try to face it off right now, and the Alpha Stance connects to her. Is gonna be taken down right now. The Outburst connects to Shin, and they are gonna try to juke it out, but look at the damage from NLG. They're gonna fight back, and right now Rin is gonna be trapped in the front line. Over. It's gonna be over for NLG. They are gonna fall back, and the control falls back to Alpha Gaming.
Alpha Gaming's Angels sure did fall in that initial attempt, but the cavalry coming in the form of Sushi and Jia on that Zhangfei, finding the counter engage, finding more members on the side of NLG. All those kills were to go into the pockets of Sushi on this Ogre. 6-0-3 on that jungle coming in from APGA.
And aside from that, currently at 5.2k, you have 2 core items for this Ogran, and we all know the potential, or we all know the capacity of an Ogran. Oh, no!
Shuan is gonna be knocked up, and right now she's gonna fall back, but no! The legendary first Sushi, she is doing it. She's gonna pressure out again, and the control is gonna fall back to Alpha Gaming. No time to breathe for NLG.
At this point, for NLG, the breather would be to go for some split pushes as much as possible, but this is detrimental for them. Another team fight probably at the middle lane. Rin running for her life, survives the threat coming in from APG, and the trade that we've been talking about is going to be the top lane tower.
This is such a difficult standing right now coming in from NLG. They will need to find more of these teamfight success stories, but still, the drafting coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels is just so darn consistent. Every one of these engages are being systematically disengaged by the drafting.
Tail connects to the backline, and he's gonna dash again. They're gonna fall back, and you gets taken down. The Outburst connects, and Suwon is down too. 2 players is gone from NLG, and the pressure keeps getting harder, and the air keeps getting tighter. Alpha Gaming is trying to output their dominance right now.
A lot of pressure coming in from APG, and a breather isn't there yet for NLG. We could see some initiatives from Kitty. It's just that APG is all over the place. She wanted to go for that split push out of the bottom lane, but just look at their action of APG. They're just covering all over the map, and 12-3 is our score. This is massive lead for the Angels, and LG right now, they're a bit struggling to go for the counter play. But I believe that there is a possibility with a perfect set sail, probably if Shane already has the items.
They will need to find a perfect engage, a perfect flank, get a potential ace to really claw back into this game for the side of NLG. But APGA currently, they have all it takes, a 6,000, almost 7,000 goalie in favor of the entire roster coming into this game number 1.
Yeah, but the set sail is gonna pop off, and he's gonna knock on that Byron. Lei Yu is gonna be fall, and he's gonna be taken down. The pressure is not gonna go back. APG is gonna come back. Jia is there with that Outburst U. They have to run. Look at that Flaming Palm connects, and 2-player trade. Yu and Lei Yu is gone from both respectful teams.
Again, APG has been consistent on those fast plays, fast reactions. Lei was down, yes, but majority of the players went and go for the counter kill against MLG. And they have a better trade because they can potentially destroy this tower at the top lane. Now again, for NLG, there is the initiative on the split pushes on the Masashi. Probably will wait for more 3 minutes, probably 4 minutes onto this game to see those damages from LG. It's just that APG is just really moving forward.
Yeah, but look at that 1-by-1 situation with that Byron. She's gonna destroy Kitty, and Kitty has to fall back. Look at that backup from Alpha Gaming Angels, and the trade is gone. Kitty, the jungle from NLG is gone, so the gateway to the objectives is closed by Alpha Gaming Angels.
You can see the pressure ramping up coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels. starting from that mid lane, they get the winning team fight. And then this Crimson, this Azure has been going all in favor for the side of APGA since that fourth minute mark. But look at them right off first.
Oh, that Albert connects, and right now Rin is going to be taken down. The unending Sorrow flash out combo is an amazing play from NLG. Alpha Gaming Angels keeps on pressuring NLG, and right now, one by one, the tower is gone, and the map is open. The gateway to two neutral objectives is open for the Angels.
Indeed, a lot of pressure coming in from APG. Even if we look at the items, there's a huge lead for the Angels. So it feels like for NLG, again, they're waiting for that perfect timing as early as possible. But with the rotation of APG, it's just very aggressive. It's really hard for you to move around the map. So as long as Shin is able to get those items, then they can go for the counter engage. But top lane, there's a potential threat.
Oh, Rin is going to be getting flashed out by Sheer, and the set cell connects, but the gateway is closed, and they are gonna be taken down one by one. Two players from NLG is down, and the Shadow Overlord Vanguards are moving in quick.
APGA has been just jumping back and forth into the players of NLG. Speaking of jumping,
They're gonna pressure out. Shin is gonna be taken down again, and one player is gone, two. Tree is gone, 2-1. She's gonna handle everything by herself. And right now, Kitty is the last breath for NLG. She's gonna be taken, and the crystal is destroyed.
What a clean game coming in from none other than the Alpha Gaming Angels. Clean from start to finish. The first team fight towards the mid lane allows Sushi to set the pace for her team, and in the end, with buffs after buffs, tyrant after tyrant, they built that success story in that game number one.
exactly the story of that game number one. And for Sushi, she's already created a name in the scene with that performance. Imagine having to play against two players at the mid lane and have a counter play against them and having triple kill. If I'm not mistaken, it was around 4 minutes of the game, and APGA, they're just ready to show everyone what they've got at Honor of Queens.
They had such a consistent game we're talking about, right? You're talking about objective control, discipline, team fight.
Everything's there.
Everything is there. They
on
are
check.
so good as a team.
Wow, the rotation is amazing, and how they control their emotions is also on the plus side. They played with total control and without any rash decision making.
The decision making, there was no rash that you talk about. It was consistent, it was strategized, it was pure teamwork coming in for the APG Angels here. I gotta say, that was so clean.
Yeah, that was so clean that it feels for me that for them, they had this scrimmage with APG that will play later for the grand finals because they're playing as if they've known each other for a very long time.
Yeah, and the experience counts too with Alpha Gaming Angels having one player from the NKL, and it proves that their gameplay, their tempo is not that easy to beat. And looking at Sushi, speaking of Sushi, on the first minute, she managed to get that double kill while being on the losing side of that trade. That is such an amazing way to control the game on that early stage.
And you know what? Here's the thing, and what's interesting. For Sushi, Ogran is not really one of her signature heroes. It's more of a, wait, let me check my notes. It's Menki, Kururu, and even Flowborn Tank.
Wow.
And it's Ogran that she used, and she has shown everyone what she's got.
But you know, let's check out the game highlights on what exactly happened for the side APGA to take it so convincingly. I believe this is what Rookie was talking about. This is the exact turning point whereby you see, due to the death on towards Sushi here, but the moment that debuff was removed, immediate counter engage coming in for the side of Sushi, getting kill after kill. This is when Leiyu comes in with the teleport, and then all the kills were going in favor of Sushi.
Yeah, that was amazing. The initiation, the power, and the control of that team fight. And look, every team fight is executed flawlessly. And I love that infinite fastness with the offensive charge to keep in mind.
That is actually the beauty as well on APGA's performance is that they're really fast on reacting. We saw that Leiyu teleportation rather, on that middle lane, and they reacted so well that for NLG, they weren't prepared just in case there's another player from APGA that will be part of the team fight. So with that alone, it means it was a battle of numbers. So one moment it is 2 versus 3, and then you have another player from the side of APGA that will come in and bring more damage against NLG, as to where for NLG they had just had a hard time on reacting to that.
I think we also have to give props towards none other than APGA's roamer, which is Jaja. Her experience coming in as a player coming in from DZT, a team from the MKL. You can see her engages on that Zhangfei, her timing on the roams were so consistent that she always found multiple targets, even though the one to pull the trigger was always on the side of NLG.
That we agree, and I believe for APGA, it's just them having that mastery in terms of the rotation, regardless of the heroes that they will use. Again, for them, it was continuous reaction all over the map. We consider it as a pendulum, maybe on that, because when they go mid lane and then have those kills, they go straight on other areas of the map, limit the resources of NLG, and it was so effective for them that if you're NLG, hey girl, I need a time to something like that.
Yeah, looking at NLG, they have the heroes, they have the aggressivity on the early game, but the tempo that they were playing was too reactive to the gameplay of Alpha Gaming Angel's side. They need to be more aggressive, they need to be more clean on the gameplay to make and to get that winning condition.
You can see the draft as well coming in for the side of APG Angels. It is much more consistent and well thought of. For the side of NLG, they need to refine their draft, find their own strategic positioning to really allow them to play as not one, but 5 members.
Definitely, and with that performance of APGA, it just shows that having female tournaments is showing everyone also the progress of female players in HOK. It's a celebration of women in esports, and it's not every day that we see these great ladies showing their prowess to everyone. So I really love that for APGA, there was a mixture of balance and chaos and system. So hopefully we get to see them more. Hopefully we get game number 3, but it all depends on the drafting of NLG.
I agree. I like how they performed so far, and for the viewers that may be new to this Honor of Queens tournament, this tournament has been running for quite some time, and all the queens was participating in the venue near Nation Clash, so they are well experienced. And not only are the representatives are from Malaysia, but there are some players that came from the Philippines, that came from the Indonesian side, and also Thailand. So there are a lot of diversity on this Honor of Queens tournament.
Now that you've mentioned about diversity, again, this is also a story of equality, of inclusivity. I'm just really happy.
Very good point.
It is about inclusivity. It has been a long battle cry to have this representation in esports, and we all know that when we say esports, it is a male-dominated scene. So having to celebrate women in HOK means a lot to everyone, or young girls watching us, that maybe next time you'll be the one playing on stage.
It's a good starting step to a long journey ahead, especially when we talk about inclusivity. We are talking about everyone can play Honor of Kings, everyone can compete in Honor of Kings.
And probably next time you can also cast for Honor of Queens, Honor of Kings, maybe something like that. It's about you having a dream, having a pro player, or being a pro player rather. And we could see the female players, female athletes on your screens. They've been here, I think. They've been watching KNC since day one. I see some familiar faces with us. And by the way, speaking of KNC, this is the final day. Maybe you want to come and join us here live at Quill City Mall. We have lots of rewards, lots of activities for you guys.
Yep, come and make the crowd, because Alpha Gaming Angels and NL Gaming, they are gonna prove that they are worthy to be here. And with the draft again, NL Gaming is gonna take the red side.
APG Angels on towards the blue side here, and starting off the bans, we are starting to see Luna, Dolia, all these strong picks being removed from the hands of NLG.
Yes, and the Nua and Mai, one of the hero powers of Owl, so they're gonna take that out of the draft too. But for the first pick, there's a possible pay, or if they want to use more of that utility side, they could for Alpha Gaming Angels.
Probably for Alpha Gaming Angels, you could see a Dharma probably. But it's gonna be Yaoyin more on the farm lane. So they're really prioritizing on this hero. Now for MLG, they will answer straight back with the RE, probably get a hero that is on the sustain side, or maybe secure the jungle since Luna has been banned already for this game number 2. By the way, this is just a best of 3. So this might be a potential win for APGA, but it all depends on LG's draft again.
Wow, this is such a strong pick to counter that long. Arlie and Idea. With that Maple Dance, the second skill of Arlie, they could nullify any projectiles that is shot off by Alpha Gaming Angels. And with that in mind, the Long is gonna be in trouble. But now, there's a possible shadow pick on the Xiao Xiao.
I love the draft coming in from both sides. You have the early idea, like Rookie mentioned, to counter Sure on that Long, but you also have that Xiao Xiao to really fight against that early in that mid to late game department here. But ladies and gentlemen, don't stay outside, come on in. These are free seatings, it's free enter here. Anyone in Kuala Lumpur, anyone in Selangor, in Malaysia, drop by the Quill City Mall, Malaysia. We have free seatings, we have free entry towards this event.
And it's gonna be a long day for everyone. Definitely will enjoy because after Honor of Kings, we will have a show match and we go straight to the grand finals, which is a best of 7 between the Philippines and Malaysia. Now, going back to the draft, we could see a Yixing on the side of NLG. Talk about control, talk about tempo. I really love this hero with the boards and even the crowd control that it has. And now APGA, they can answer for an assassin against this Yixing.
Wow, that Yixing pick is so smart, but look at the Liu Bang and Byron ban. Liu Bang, one of the hero power from the Alpha Gaming side. They're gonna respect it. And even the Algren, they don't want that control on that jungle. And we know that Algren is very strong jungle. He could go for that versatile build, going to that physical or that defensive build.
And we've seen that earlier in Sushi's hand, right? So you don't want to have that hero again. I like the pay on MLG again. It's a mixture of the early game, can go snowball and has the control, plus the sustainer crowd control, on a Diadia's hand. So Mayin is a good one. It could potentially flank against the players of NLG. So there is a direct answer on APGA side.
You can see the difference in terms of draft coming in from game number 1 into game number 2 for the side of NL Gaming here. Game 1 was more like go, engage, fight. But game number 2, they're slowing down the tempo, pick double marksman, play around these two as the core on the hands of Sin and also Kitty here. But we have some of the picks coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels, much more consistent in that team fight.
And I quite reacted on the Menki because this is one of the favorite heroes of their junglers. So I really like this for APGA. Showing us some statement, probably if they win this game. No, NLG, they answered back with a Lian Po. So it's more on the crowd control again for them.
Wow.
And kind of countering the potential threat coming in from APGA.
But this is an interesting pick though. Lian Po Clash Lane is not something that we see every
Normally
day.
see, yeah.
But we will have that strong Clash Laner advantage. That frontline potential and that initiation from that Lian Po is gonna bring so much trouble to the long-term team fight of NL Gaming.
According to statistics as well, it is also one of Yu's favorite clash lane from the side of NLG. But ladies and gentlemen of the Quill City Mall, let's give it up for game number 2 between Alpha Gaming Angels and also NL Gaming. Let's get it going.
I'm wondering if this is going to be another slow burn style for APGA because they have the Menki, yes. It depends on their... Oh, okay.
The pressure. Yeah, it's going to be pressured out. Task 4 is going to be taken by Kitty. A strong start, a strong statement again and again from NL Gaming.
Great thing that there was a counter or there was an initiative for the side of NLG to kind of get those neutral camps as early as possible. So because of that, there is a 100-goal lead on this. And I really like that they're much more aggressive as compared to game number 1. But there is a direct answer for APGA. Now looking at the hero composition, you have the burst on the Xiao Xiao. Definitely expected to rotate as early as possible against NLG.
You start to see a bit of a tussle here towards the mid lane here as we talk about. Early game is where Kitty on that pain needs to find her markers here. Consistently get those farms, make sure getting those 3 items on towards Rin and also Kitty, so in those team fights they could be so down strong.
Yep, this is a good composition draft from NLG. They have that fast-paced rotation with that Didia and Ixing and Pei on that side. And keep in mind their farm laners are pretty good. So with that, Arlie and Long, they don't need to babysit those 2 farm laners very, very soon.
Also why we could see there is a fast reaction in other areas areas of the map. Probably see Sheer and Rin have the best games of their life. They'll probably be together for the next couple of minutes. But on the Clash lane, expect more pokes for both teams. And you and Kitty is there at the top lane. Late you will just deal some of the damages as well for his hero, her hero.
You can see a bit of a lane swap coming in for NLG as well. Sin is right now on towards the Yixing, and Rin is on that Arlie that we talk about. So they are swapping from mid to farm lane here due to the comfortability of those heroes.
Yeah, with a jungler assassin type on that NLG, they would want to pressure out the Clash lane as much as possible, triggering the portal, triggering teleportation, making the rotation more efficient and more dangerous. But right now, the Cannon Blast connects, the Maple Dance puts off in the backline. The world is my board. And again, the Infinite Fast is more defensive, but right now he's gonna engage here. He's gonna fall back and again, what a kite from Alpha Gaming Angels.
Great toggle coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels, and for MLG, they're being pushed back. A good thing for Kitty. She focused on clearing the mini wave at the middle lane, so as much as possible, you really want to have those items first before going for a team fight. And what's really nice also for MLG is that the farming is consistently there. So as long as the item's gonna be there, then there won't be a problem for the team.
But exploiting weakness in the front line.
Yeah,
but
for APG, they're just all over the place, taking control of the other areas of the neutral camps.
yeah, it's quite reflecting on their first game. They played like this too on that first game. They wanted the control, they wanted the fast-paced rotation, and what I like about Alpha Gaming Angels is that they played really well as a team.
Now let's not forget about NLG as well. We talk about game one. They were losing those mid lane fights. They were pacing really slow, and it fell into the tempo coming in from APGA. But game two, much more consistent stuff in the early game. We're looking at 0-0 in terms of the scoreline here. Kitty and Rin having a lot of farm here. Sin having to flash away from the Honey Sweet Breeze. So that does give APGA direct access towards that Tyrant.
And the difference in terms of the hero composition for both, for MLG, it's a lot easier for them to stay in longer team fights because for APGA, it's a bit skill dependent. As much as possible, you want to hit everything.
Oh, look at that. Take it to the box from Gia. And Kitty is going to be trapped in the front line. She's going to hold on 3 players by herself. And right now, NL Gaming is getting trapped again. That front back catch from Alpha Gaming Angels was beautiful.
It's a sip for Alpha Gaming Angels. They have these timers to engage, and now's the time for them. We can see that they're taking control of the map despite the fact that MLG is on the lead in terms of gold. And speaking of taking control, they're just squeezing the players of MLG at the farm lane and giving Rin that hard time to, as much as possible, clear the minions.
A ton of pressure being generated by the side of APGA here. However, due to the superior farming coming in from NLG's Kitty and also NLG's Rin, you can start to see a bit of a goal lead being generated by the red team, which is NL Gaming.
Yep, they're going to keep on the pressure. But right now, NLG, they need to play by that Ixing and Lianfo combo. They need to roam as fast as they could. Because right now, speaking of rotation, Sheer is going to pressure down. Rin is going to fall back. Gia got that Cannon Blast in her.
Nice start.
Right now connects to the backline. Rin, they need to fall back. And look at that L'Oreal Bloom pushing back NLG again.
There's massive damage already for Owo, by the way, on this Xiao Chao. So I think for MLG, they kind of want to focus on other lanes just for them to be able to sustain or maintain, rather, that lead. But in terms of lead, here comes APGA again at the bottom lane. Flash has been used. Rin
so
almost close. She was able to breathe after that.
Very crucial heal coming in from Swan to actually pump up the final blow on towards Rin here. As you can see, timer for that Azure Golem has been respawned here. More focus coming in from APGA will be to fight Kitty for this control. However, they play the safe side, they return for that mid lane wave.
You know what? Jazz has been really consistent on this Cannon Blast, that for MLG, they're having a hard time to position themselves because every time there's this that for a crowd control.
Yep, the GIG is doing really well with that Cannon Blast. They're pressuring out so much, making the aggressive gameplay of NLG and getting cancelled every time and time again. And NLG, they need to watch out. And as I said again, they need to play by that Ixing Lianfo combo.
Jaja here, getting caught out, gets tapped on.
Yep, they're gonna get tap on. And Chushi getting that first blood, an amazing play. But right now, the Tremor Smash connects to 2 players. Alpha Gaming Angels, they need to fall back. Kitty getting knocked back again, and they are playing by the Lianpo now.
I didn't even notice that it was just the first blood, and it's almost 7 minutes because these ladies are playing mechanically against each other. Now we have an objective.
Oh, look at that Tyrant steal, and right now the Overlord, they're gonna fall back here. They're gonna fight again. Kitty, they need to fall back. And Alpha Gaming Angels, they need to reposition themselves because right now Alpha Gaming, they're not looking that good.
A bit of an overconfidence here coming in for side of APGA. They found a pretty good starting here, but back-to-back return kills coming in for the side of NL Gaming does put them back on towards the board.
By the way, Decade Promise is live. It's from October 25, so log in and claim your rewards. You have 30 free draws, 1,000 free tokens, and free skins waiting in-game right now. Don't miss Wishing Crane Erin and a Divine Tree Ascendant Hoagie. Grab them today.
Yep, but look at that mid lane. They are gonna break it down, and look at the Cannon Blast connects to the front line, and the Lianpo is gonna dance, but the mid lane is getting hold on by Sushi herself. Sushi is handling everything, and Kitty's dancing in front line. And Gia with that thinking that the bus connects the two players, zoning out so much, but losing so much in common. And right now the double kill goes to the Alpha Gaming Angels pocket.
Such an aggressive setup coming in from Jaja and also Lei, finding back-to-back return kills for the side of Alpha Gaming Angels here. It puts them back into much more of a comfort spot, but still, look at NLG. They still hold the advantage in this game number 2.
Definitely Sheer was on fire after that last skirmish. It's just that for MLG, they have the control of the map. They have destroyed the mid lane tower. Now for APGA, the strength is now on numbers. As much as possible, they want to be complete before a team fight. Have those crowd controls from Jaja and have Sheer do those free hits. Now for APGA, the thing that they want to control is this Tyrant. For MLG, they don't have an idea that this is going to be the case, so they went straight for other areas, probably destroy the tower at the top lane.
Yep, with that fighting potential, that Tyrant buff is gonna bring so much, but Kitty is gonna be by herself, alone and afraid. Sushi is gonna poke her back, but the tower is their main objective. Kitty can't keep eating this Cannon Blast again and again.
Jaja has been so consistent with all her Cannon Blasts thus far. We are still 20, 30 seconds away from the next Shadow objectives. That will be a big fighting ground coming in for our ladies in the Honor of Queen tournament.
Exactly, good point. Now for NLG, could see some efforts from Rin to go for that split pushes at the top lane. Now APGA slowly getting that momentum, slowly building that. Now that we are already at almost 10 minutes for this game number 2. I really love the position, by the way, of Suwon onto this game. The positioning is one thing, but for APGA, they have the Honey Sweet Breeze, they have the crowd control, and they also have the burst to counter the possible initiation from NLG.
A bit of a trade being set up coming in from both of the ladies here. APGA going over to the Purple Dragon Shadow Overlord. For the NLG, they shake their hands and they take the trade on that Shadow Tyrant.
Wow, this is amazing. The trade, they don't want that confrontation, and they're just gonna trade. And with that Shadow Vanguard, they are gonna boost the movement speed. Sushi in the front line of Alpha Gaming, they're gonna try to hold the damage as much as possible. Being the front line, Sushi needs to make a moment for Alpha Gaming Angels.
Now the Vanguard will march in at the bottom lane, but we could see a lot of pressure coming in from APGA. But for NLG, they're pushed back, and look at those Cannon Blast. It has been detrimental for NLG all throughout the game, that there is a lot of space for them to take the resources.
Very consistent stuff thus far coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels here. Every tower coming in from the side lanes has been eliminated. Right now, they're looking to knock on that mid tower. They're looking to get more control with that Overlord.
Oh, look at that. The World's Viper connects to 4 people. No initiation from NLG. They're gonna fall back and they're gonna eat the pressure. Kitty, she's gonna leave in the front line. Look at that driver smash from NLG. They're gonna wreak havoc on that team fight. Gets taken down, and Sushi's alone. She's gonna fall back. And look at Rin. Look at that good step. They're gonna push back the Angels further to their base.
What did I say? You on that Lianpo is one of her signatures. She found multiple members coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels. 10 seconds on the timers here. Can they look for the game-winning push?
Currently at 4-0-5 for Shin. I don't think APGA will be able to defend this. It depends on Sushi. It is now on the hands of Sushi.
They're gonna dance, but right now the minions is coming in, the crystal, and the crystal is exposed. NLG, they're making history, and the score is 1-1.
It is tied. ML Gaming bring the heat to Quill's City Ball. This is a series on our hands. We are going to game 3, the final game of this best of 3.
Everyone is just loving that performance from MLG. Everyone was clapping because of that win. And who would have thought that they will perform that way against APGA? Look at the supporters at the venue. Look at the players of APGA discussing what to do next on game number 3.
You was very good on Del Tiempo. That final Tremor Smash, catching multiple members of the side of APGA, allowing consistent damage from the side of Kitty, from the side of Rin, to really find those few targets, settling the score of APGA. Right now, final game on our hand between APGA and also NL Gaming.
I don't know who to support anymore. I'm just happy that we get to see game number 3, and it was a very masterful play, by the way, from NLG. And for APG, I think they kind of miscalculated that there was a tower still at the middle lane. They wanted to go for a brawl fight, but at the time, it was maximized by NLG.
Yeah, they know they have that Tyrant buff, right? That Shadow Tyrant buff is so massive and an advantage for NL Gaming, and they know that one moment is gonna turn them around, and that is what they did.
That was the key deciding moment here coming in from NLG's U. But definitely, let's check out the game highlights, because that was a slow start to a large grand finish for the girls.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, this was the first blood, and it was 6 minutes of the game. It was a kind of maybe long as we consider, because normally we see a lot of skirmishes around 4 minutes before that neutral objective. But at the middle lane, there were pokes, yes, and crowd controls. Even Jaja was being countered by the players of NLG because of the continuous damage that they had. And NLG, at that moment, they knew the potential and the strengths of their hero composition. Came 11-minute game time. There was a potential play coming in from APG, but at the same time, you was there for the counter engage. That's why they won that team fight. Plus, with the help of Ashin's board and MLG, the layering of skills was just so on point that APGA had a hard time.
In the end, it really came down to Sin finding that 4-player board on towards the enemy team, allowing for you to find that multi-man knockup to really settle the score for this series here. Because right now, we're not talking about 2-0 finish. We're talking about 1-1 going to the final game right now. The first ever Honor of Queens.
Yep, the finals is here, and the tension is high on Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, and they are gonna make sure that the queen of today is gonna make history.
I really love the vibes also that everyone is just looking forward to see the performances of these ladies. Again, it's all about representation. It's about us celebrating women in sports, and I'm just happy to know that we have players at this level of competitiveness. Who would have thought that there would be a lot of plays on that game number 2, or even game number 1, and it boosts me in a way that maybe I can play that way next time in ranked game.
You can. You need to just try and try and
I hope I
again.
can do the same.
It's a process of learning, it's a process of improvement coming in for also Chantel and also the ladies here. But keep in mind, that game 1 coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels was
So
just
strong.
crystal clear
Yep.
strong. But NL Gaming, props to them. They took time, they recomposed themselves, and then they brought it back to an even series here.
Yeah, what I like about is the spirit. NLG, they have lost game 1, but they quickly resetted their mindset, and coming in strong with that draft in game 2 makes them more aggressive. Because when we see like teams on a losing side of condition, sometimes they become more passive, more safe, but not for NLG.
Yeah, and at this point, I think both teams or all of these ladies are empowered. I mean, this aside from this being a competition, this is all about empowerment as well. And having a 1-1, definitely for NLG Gaming or NLG Gaming, I mean, they're prepared for the next game because they're able to download the game of APGA in a way that APGA didn't play the usual style that they did game number 1.
It was really down to the pick and bans as well, systematically agree removing what came in so well for APGA in that game number 1, which allowed NLG in this game number 2 to really play that tempo, to really play those big number team fights in their favor.
Yep, keep in mind they are using one of their hero powers, Pei, the idea early. That is such a strong matchup against the draft of Alpha Gaming Angels. So with that in mind, late game is gonna come to them. So next for game 3, they need a strong all-around draft for Alpha Gaming.
Good point on the all-around. I believe that for both teams, they want to secure a hero that is good at the early game, but also to be considered as a scaling one. And I don't think a Menki is a good idea, but it is a favorite here. I mean, we've been mentioning about comfortability, something that can has that confidence boost for you. So APGA, probably they want to lean towards on those aggressive junglers again as much as possible. But for NLG, they just have to continue that fast reaction or those aggressive plays early game.
Yep, we're gonna see the Yuan from Alpha Gaming, I think, because looking at her hero power, the Zhangfei was already taken, and the idea Yuan combo is still available for Jiajia. So I would think that that would suit their aggressive gameplay for Alpha Gaming.
Now, Rookie, if that was not global ban pick, they could definitely do it because Owl has already used that Yuan in game number 1 here.
Oh, yeah.
So that won't be a case here. For our Honor of Queens, we are running it with the global ban pick formula as well, whereby once you pick that hero in one game, the rest of the series, you can't be using it.
Yeah, definitely. And by the way, aside from the heroes, I really like to see that these ladies are actually smiling. They're enjoying the day. They're confident that they can show again another strength of the team. So if we look at the drafting earlier, it's as if the strength of these ladies is really more on longer prowess in team fights. The team that has more kits in a longer team fight basically wins the game.
Yeah, what I like about the hero powers of these ladies are sometimes we could see some unique heroes and that maybe we have never ever seen before on the male player, such as looking at Sushi and the jungle for NLG and Kitty. Nakoruru.
I hope I get to see Nakoruru. I hate that in ranked.
Yeah, it's a strong pick and it's very annoying in ranked. That's true.
It's a very big tank buster in such a tank-heavy meta here, so that's definitely something both Kitty and also Sushi want to prioritize in that jungle pool here. But judging from game 1 and game 2, the similar thing that we've been seeing is that team fight success that we talk about. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we do go into the first ever grand finals, the final game between APGA and also NL Gaming for the first Honor of Queens champion.
I'm starting to believe that since we started our day with the maxed game for game number 3, or for a best of 3, probably we see a game 7 for the grand finals. Again, the grand finals will be later on after the show match. So if you're near our venue, please come and join us at Quill City Mall. We have lots of rewards for you. It's free entrance. You can come join us here. We have lots of exciting rewards also and even activities for you. Now, going back to the draft, we have Arlie and Luna Ban for APGA. You have Mai and Nua also as the answer of NLG. We have lots of power picks open. You've mentioned about Yuan could be an option for APGA on this final game.
Yep, we're gonna see what are they gonna pick on the first pick. Because right now, Alpha Gaming still has a lot on their pool. Sushi still has her Menki and Nakoruru, and she still have that flowborn tank.
Interesting pickup here coming in from APGA. Apparently, we are having a U1 being set up by their side here, and then the immediate response coming in from NLG is to remove away the Dolia and also the Yixing from that pool.
Oh, I really like the answer here for NLG. It's as if they had this momentum already. They had this momentum already with the Yixing. But with the Dolia, I think they are leaning towards on that sustain. I don't think we're implementing GPP here.
Yep. I think that's definitely fair, especially we are allowing players to explore their flexibility towards that pool here. And that's the Nakoruru we're talking about. We're dropping it in for Sushi. It's a confidence boost of a pick coming into the series.
Yeah, but looking at Nakoruru, it's not that rare to see. Looking at maybe on my side, IKL, we have seen teams like Alter Ego picked out Nakoruru on a daily.
I think it's a very fascinating pick because we've seen different regions from MKL, PKL, IKL. When you have the enemy picking a very large tank, a very strong tank, that's when Nakoruru flourishes in those team fights.
Definitely for Sushi, there would be pressure probably, given the fact that you have Totally on the other side, but also depends on how they will rotate against NLG. Now you have the Long for NLG. High DPS could be considered as scaling, but again, in terms of early game, could potentially snowball. So NLG again playing around their strengths, APGA as well. So we might expect that early parts of the game, it's just skirmishes. It will be a lot of pokes and probably early first blood as compared to game number 2.
Yep, looking at this draft, the farm laner for Alpha Gaming Angels has been closed out on so much. The Arlie is gone, Renji and Chano is gone. Maybe they would go on to pick a Marco Polo?
I think bans are
Ken.
pretty smart. We're talking about like all these strong picks being locked away here. And you can see Lubu on the side of Alpha Gaming Angels here, locked away from the hands of NLG. Maybe we might see Lei Yu once again on that Byron that gave her so much success in that game 1.
Wow.
Okay, we have a potential Young John and even a Dolia combo. I really like this actually for the side of NLG. We know the potential of a very sustainable hero actually can snowball early game. Now for APGA, given the fact that there's a sustain, they might want to go for a burst. Byron could be one, sustain plus a longer skill set in team fights and Concert U. So it means that you have U1 as the mid lane, farm lane is going to be Concert U. So I'm really liking this for APGA.
They're visiting back that success that they found back in game number 1. For the ladies coming in for APG Angels here. This is the exact setup that brought them the victory, aside from that farm lane and jungle rotation that could really bring them to the game 3 victory here. But NLG, don't count them out. They picked one of the strongest combinations in this patch. It is the Yang Jian Dolia here for both Kitty and also Shen in the side of the red team.
This combo is crazy with the patch that has been updated now, that Yang Chen could apply a lot on the burst damage side, and with that true damage, she could poke and burst out so many heroes from Alpha Gaming Angels side.
Now, given the fact that we've mentioned about this potential on the Yang Chan and even Dolia combo, as much as possible for APGA, the key to victory is to give pressure on the jungler of NLG. As long as they're able to secure that pressure or continue that pressure, then they can get other resources around the map and potentially limit this scaling of a Young John.
It will be a very heated battle between the two teams for our Honor of Queens Grand Final list. This is game number 3. This is the final game between Alpha Gaming Angels going up against NL Gaming for the first ever champion title of our HOQ tournament.
Yep, the final showdown between the Angels and NL Gaming. They're gonna make history. The first winner of the HOK Honor of Queens tournament.
Definitely, if you get to win this, you'll definitely be honored because this is the inaugural season for Honor of Queens. It will be part of the history.
Without further ado, let's get at it. The last game of this best of 3, APGA on the blue side with NLG getting the red side. Let's get to it.
We're gonna see Alpha Gaming against NLG Quill City Mall. Where is your support?
Again, for APGA here, we could probably say that in terms of the Nakoruro, let's expect that to snowball if in case NLG isn't able to get those aggressive plays as early as now. But I'm thinking for NLGA, they're focusing on Shear's lane. This has happened on game number 2. So they're getting we're getting this idea that as long as the farm lane is being stopped, then probably that is the answer for NLG's question on how to play against APGA.
Very aggressive rotation coming in from NL Gaming's mid and bro. Very fast, very concise, forcing that flash away from Shear's Concert U here. You can see much more of an approach coming in for the side of NLG is to take that mid control and then find those side lane success.
Yep, and look at the Nakoruru pressuring out that Clash laner from NLGU. She needs to fall back, and that Nakoruru can make a lot on their plate. But looking at the champion that they are using right now, Kitty, with the Young Chen, it's not going to be an easy target for Nakoruru.
Yeah, as much as possible for APGA. Again, it's giving pressure on the jungle area. But I really like that because of Suwon's position also, or covering that area of the map, there is a lot of support for Kitty's hero, so probably a skirmish at this area. I love the position for both teams, and for NLG, okay.
Wow, the flash out, and the
Whoa!
four connects to the backline. Sushi is trapped, but look at Kitty unleashing the house on the backline. Shin targeting a lot, and look at that double
Sushi
knock
going in.
up. Sushi coming in and breaking down the team fight. She's gonna get another kill, double kill for Sushi.
Such a clutch re-engage coming in from Sushi the moment she found that final few moments. Kitty, Rin was the prey, and it all went into the pockets of the jungler coming in from APG Angels.
This happened the same time at game number 1. It feels like for Sushi is again ready for another snowball. 2-0 for this game, definitely a huge lead around 2 minutes. So for NLG, as much as possible, you need to regroup, probably find another initiation, but at the same time, they need better execution. You use the flash. Okay, it all started with Rin's flash on that board with the Yixing. It's just that there's not enough damage, and the players of APGA was prepared for the counter engage.
Oh, but like Sushi trying to be poked back, and right now the board connects, but the pressure, NLG, they still is not gonna release the pressure to Alpha Gaming.
There is no follow-up even with a beautiful board catcher coming in for the side of Rin. This next few minutes will be crucial for NLG. If they take one more teamfight loss, that will put them further away from that championship title.
Definitely, because the other areas of the map will be opened up for majority of the players on the side of APGA because of the huge lead in terms of items and even on the damages, because there might be a level gap between the heroes. So still, it is APGA dictating the game. Let's take a
They're gonna
dictating.
leap to the front line, and Rin gets taken down. Sushi, they're gonna dash with Kitty, and Sushi gets poked. The eye of Phoenix is gonna be very dangerous. Jia connects, and Shin gets poked back. NLG needs to tone down because right now Alpha Gaming is coming in with that hard counter.
Crazy burst coming in from Sushi. The back-to-back kills in that early game, pushing this Nakoruru to such a high level here. This Nakoruru is such a nuisance right now towards NLG. A Zero Golem will be the target here, but APG Angels want to take it slow. They are backing off as they hear the set sail coming in from that Clash lane.
Oh, the set tail connects to the Clash laner from Alpha Gaming. Lee Yu needs to fall back, and right now Alpha Gaming is trying to gain control again at their map.
Now here's the thing, for APGA, we can see that there's a huge lead already on the junglers. Sushi is currently at level 9, while for Kitty, she's still at level 8. So with that alone, it means that for NLG, they might want to get things slow. Okay, if we look at also at the gold lead, you have 1,000 gold lead in terms of the junglers. So meaning for NLG, they want to stretch or probably focus on other lanes to give space on the Young John, because with Kitty alone being up front, it would be hard for them.
We can see a bit of a Sushi engager, wanting to find a bit of focus towards the mid side. But like your point, Chantel, it reminds me of Game 1, where this is looking like a slow burn for the side of NLG. They are not finding their markers. They're allowing APG Angels to find every single kill.
The leap into its fastest from that long is gonna do for this engage, and right now Alpha Gaming is the one who is applying pressure.
And it is slow burn coming in from APGA. I mean, after getting objectives, you go straight on getting kills and pressuring on the lane of a Shin. So Shin is being pushed back on the side of NLG. Now, for APGA, as long as they continue this type of pressure, then there's no chance for NLG for a breather.
Engage.
Ooh, the engage, the outburst connects to Kitty. They need to fall back. The unending sorrow and the leaping from Jia is amazing. But the backup, set sail, they want more, and Sheer is down. Sushi trying to leap in the front line. Kitty gets taken down. They're gonna fight again with that wave render.
Could be
A
an ace.
beautiful play
Could be an
from
ace.
Alpha Gaming. They want more, and they got it. Alpha Gaming Angels is gonna fly through the roof.
It was looking dire for the side of APG Angel when Shi-Er took that boat towards the face, but Leyu with that crucial crowd control, finding 3, finding 4 kills in favor of Alpha Gaming Angels.
Now, the story for this game is all about the difference in terms of the items that they have. Now, you have 20k for APGA, and speaking of items, you have core items already for majority of the players. Okay, LOG, they're having a hard time in terms of having that counter engage. We've seen that set sail, it's just that in terms of the layering of skills, it's not available yet, because for APG, they're moving smoothly on this game.
Yup, Alpha Gaming Angels, they are applying so much pressure, And NLG was the dominator, and now they are getting dominated on this game. They're trying to look for a gap, but Alpha Gaming keeps on zoning out their gameplay.
It is a difficult approach coming in for NL Gaming. They need to find a better engage, a better setup to bring them back from a 5,000 deficit. It is looking everything in favor for the Angels coming in from the side of APG.
And to be fair, the gold lead is on the hands of the junglers. You only have 200 gold lead on the farm lanes. So it means that for them, they need a strong front runner and have the Shin or have the Audin.
Oh, Kitty is getting trapped, and Liu is gonna knock him up, but Kitty gets deleted instantly, and that pressure is crazy. Alpha Gaming is not gonna tone down.
8-1 on this game, 7 minutes. APGA is just all over the place. Having Sushi in this Nakoruru, her signature hero for majority of the tournaments.
Absolute domination coming in for the side of APGA. With this setup coming in from the board. Where's the
that
engage?
outburst connects beautifully, and Owl is gonna poke on the front line. Rin gets taken down. Dia, the initiator, the monster from Alpha Gaming is dominating again.
Gia has been effective for every hero that she used all throughout Honor of Queens. Now 9-1 again for MLG. They're a bit pressured again to go for that counter engage. It's as if they're reacting all throughout the game that there is no way for them to play their own game.
It is a proactive approach coming in from Alpha Gaming Angels. Every single play, just like what Chantel mentioned, has went into their favor and has provided them such a monstrous goal lead with 7,000 goal lead, just barely of 9 minutes. They are looking to end this game, looking to claim the title of this tournament.
Yup, but they're trying to find that gap. NLG, they need to play together with the combo. Kitty, she cannot be alone, but right now, Yu needs to fall back to tower as their main objective. But again, Jia leading the offensive for Alpha Gaming Angels.
I'm just not sure for NLG Gaming if they have enough kit or items against APGA, but the thing is that they can wait for an error on that entry from APGA and punish that and slowly get that momentum. So it's really hard for APGA to actually penetrate the high ground towers, not unless there's gonna be a jump and they go swoosh against the NLG.
NLG needs to find a very good fight if they want to come back into this final game here. They need to find the misposition coming in from Shi or Sushi.
Definitely.
If they can find Sushi, that could be the way they really bring it back to force the game into a further stage. But Board finds everyone, but where is the engage? They are tanking. Jia takes a lot of damage.
Jia is gonna get the front line, but the outburst for the defensive, disengage again. NLG is gonna fall back. An amazing kite from Alpha Gaming.
Such a clean green play here. You can see poke, tower,
Continuous poke.
return, and tire. And right now they are looking hungry. The girls are ready to lift that trophy.
They're playing systematically against MLG. It has been effective. Game number 1. They're doing the same thing right now. For MLG, they need to regroup. They need that damage and that initiation. I think the board would be nice if there's a layer of damage coming in from NLG.
Yup, the board was too risky for NL Gaming, and losing so many utility skills on that team fight while gaining absolutely nothing, making NLG in a very difficult position. And right now, the double objective is the target of Alpha Gaming.
Alpha Gaming Angels, this is how ahead they are. With a commanding goalie with superior positioning, they take yet another objective. The Shadow Overlord has been secured.
Definitely, map control is on the side of APGA. They're ready to show everyone what they've got on Honor of Queens. Now for MLG, since they've already stretched this game into game number 3 as much as possible, they want to fight. They want to stretch this one out. They want to show also that they can defend this potential threat from APJ.
Yup, the pressure is on, and right now the bird connects to 4 people. The unending sorrow for the defense. Set sail connects to the front line. The outburst makes Nylon Gaming needs to fall back right now, and look at that Owl. They need to fall back. An absolutely good defense from NL Gaming.
An empty base coming in for side of NL Gaming. It will take the final Overlord coming in from that bottom side to find that final push. But APG Angels, they're taking it slow. They're waiting for that next Battle Tyrant. They are so patient. They want to make sure this game is won with no mistakes.
Definitely for NLG, they still have a chance, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for them. It depends on the positioning of Shi-Er and even Sushi on that entry point. It's just that for APGA, everything is leaning towards their side. Now, NLG, yes, we've said that there is a potential for a comeback, but it's as long as every skill will land on the right target.
The problem is right now, NLG, even though they're proactive, look at the positioning coming in from you.
Ooh, what a set sail, but you is getting taken down. And Alpha Gaming with that offensive gameplay again. And RG, they are gonna have 4 players left. And Alpha Gaming Angels, they could pressure this and potentially get Game 3.
25 seconds on the clock. Sunsa is not available coming in for side NL Gaming. Waves from 3 lanes are crashing into the base. This might just be the final push coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming Angels as they are setting sights on that crystal.
The crystal is exposed and DRG is gonna lead the offensive. The board connects, and right now, Alpha Gaming Angels!
What a clean game coming in from the Angels for the side of APG. They did everything correctly, even though losing out that game number 2. Chantel, the Honor of Queens first season winners will be awarded to none other than APGA.
After 3 long games, we can now call the champions of our first ever women's tournament, Honor of Queens. But definitely, again, this is a celebration of women in esports, women at HOK. NLG have shown great showing for this series. I gotta say, we will probably consider more from them for the next couple of tournaments that we'll have.
It was all that they wrote. It was after all the qualifiers, all the games that they played, building up the momentum, allowing APGA to go towards the grand finals up against NLG. And in the end, in that final few moments, it was Alpha Gaming Angels claiming victorious in the first ever season of our Honor of Queens tournament.
Claiming the throne, proving that the throne is not only for the king, but also the queen.
But let's hear what Mara has for us in that interview. Let's pass it to Mara. Take it away.
Everybody, let's give Alpha Gaming Angels a big round of applause. Congratulations. This was such a statement victory. The very first Honor of Queens. How does it feel to win on the international stage and show that gender shows no limits, no boundaries?
Expect we will win already.
Oh, you expect her gonna win already. I love the confidence. Now, you have inspired so many women to follow your footsteps. What would you like and what message would you like to send to them to motivate them into participating in the world stage for all the women?
I think that everyone should just do their best and give it a shot, no matter the gender, whether you're a female. I think you can still play really well.
That's right, no matter the gender. Now, you have a lot of fans here cheering for you. What would you like to say to them? Final messages.
I would like to give a big thank you to everyone that supported us, and also throughout this whole tournament, we have a really good coaching. So thank you to him.
You have done phenomenal. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And now, to award the champions.
Well, special thanks to our leader. She did so much for us. She definitely sacrificed her hours of sleep. So we really appreciate her a lot.
Which leader?
Here, she's here.
Oh, amazing, amazing. What would you like to say to your team?
I trust them and they all do well. And they also trust me, yeah.
I love the sisterhood. You're setting a great example for everybody. Congratulations. You may now hold your check. Smile for the photos. Congratulations once again to Alpha Gaming Angels. And now, to award our second place. Congratulations to NL Gaming. They have done a tremendous job showing the world what excellence is. Our second place, NL Gaming. And now, on the stage, let's give a round of applause to Horizon Queen. They have shown everything they've got. They finished third place, standing tall and making all the women proud. And now let's come together. NL Gaming, Horizon Queen, and our champion, please step forward. These are the queens, representing honor of queens. They have shown grace and passion, leading their team with heart and unshakable spirit. Thank you very much, ladies. Once again, congratulations. History has been made today for the very first Nation Clash Honor of Queens. And that's not all. Later on, we're gonna have a show match and what we've all been waiting for, the grand finals. So keep it here in Honor of Kings Nation Clash.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Why are you here?
In your okay, no one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top, always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest, and this makes us stronger.
Of course, in Malaysia lah, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia boleh!
Who do you think will win Nation Clash?
You ask a very good question.
Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah. I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog, and no one see us, no one smell us, and when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because we turn is very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Cute leh. Because Malaysia, we got discipline.
They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played. We different level. We level so high.
Ah, so boring. Come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really ask me that question lah? Of course, Indonesia food is the best lah.
Huh? Our Malaysian food is better because we got nasi lemak, roti canai.
Come on, bro. Nasi lemak. Got one word for you. Flavor. You bring the spice. Again,
Char kway teow, rojak.
Indonesian food, the best, bro.
We have Indomie. All the food is very good.
Indonesian rendang is the best, bro.
Have you even tried sinigang, adobo? It's S tier, bro.
Adobo? Nice, man.
Filipino food is the best.
Maggie me! Our Malaysia is better!
Wait.
You are just better.
如果往回瞧，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明是光，就总剩一条，与风而上很好。可能我知道，你等在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望亲吻过心跳？问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛向九霄，因为我真想要过上帝要，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，雕刻在时间纤维中的荣耀。风和泪过招，我听到乌云说要苍穹的拥抱，月光下星空下空有一只暗光鸟，我遇见回音对我一笑，说迎战吧别逃，那真爱风号，那些破烂的羽毛，等我看见明日再一次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分了拥有，别糟蹋了脸上刺绣的年少，心静悄悄，天高高，路上有个路标，似乎指向山顶的庙，老人家轻飘飘，我问他明天的可好，他笑笑，看见明日再次的坐标，一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后才向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，最开始的启程到最后找到。
Caught you! Do not run! Hey! Yeah!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Hoi!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Nation Clash here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The battles have been intense, so we're gonna do something fun with a little showdown. Personalities from different regions will come here on stage for a little show match. Now it's time to meet them. From Malaysia, Shafiq Aiman. Here comes Casey Bay from the Philippines. And Sir Pai from Indonesia. Hello, everybody. It's nice to have you here. You know, the battles have been intense. So we're gonna have a little fun with all of you. But Shafiq, I know that you have something prepared for your guests.
Of course. So kita ada kuih muih yang kita bawakan khas untuk ambassador daripada Indonesia dan juga Philippines. Okay. Jadi di tangan saya sekarang ni ada beberapa jenis kuih. Sangat meriah, warna dia sangat colourful. Kita ada 3 jenis. Yang pertama merupakan kuih seri muka. Jadi kuih suri muka ni kita ada 2 layer. Okey, yang pertama yang di bahagian atas ni ada pandan custard dan juga bawahnya ada pulut. Okey. Yang kedua kita mempunyai kuih lapis. Okey, K lapis. Okey. Jadi ini dia punya colour sangat colourful. Okey, dan kita suka kuih ni sebab dia boleh makan lapis by lapis. Dan yang terakhir sekali, saya punya favourite, iaitu bingka ubi. Oh, bingka ubi ni memang saya suka sangatlah. Jadi bingka ubi ni dia masak sehingga dia menjadi warna macam golden sikit. And then rasa dia, ambassador, korang kena rasa.
So this one, there's bingka ube, there's one with glutinous rice, there's pandan. Let's have Casey Bay and Sir Pai try it. Which one is your favorite?
Bingka ubi. The
Bingka
yellow
ube,
one.
which one? The yellow one
that
is
one,
bingka
that one.
ube. Cheers. Okay, you first, Casey Bay. So you're trying bingka ube.
Bingka ubi.
Bingka ube.
Bingka ubi.
Describe how it tastes like.
It's so good. And it's actually resemblance on cassava cake in Philippines.
Like cassava cake?
Yeah, I'm so in love with this. Thank you so much. You know, if you go to Philippines on KIC, I will treat you. Treat foods of Philippines.
Okay,
You will love
alright.
it. Promise.
Nice.
So it's similar to cassava cake in the Philippines. So something sweet. Okay. How about you, Sir Pai? How does that describe how that tastes like?
Sangat sedap lah. Sangat sedap. We have two in Indonesia like that. Same, very same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it
sama.
sweet?
Yeah, sweet, kind of sweet.
It's very sweet. Is it creamy? Is it thick? What is it?
Yeah, it's kind of sweet and sangat sedap lah. Good.
So something very similar in
Yeah,
Indonesia
very
called?
similar.
What's it called in Indonesia?
Same. Kue lapis.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Perfect. So this shows that we have something in common. We just call it slightly different with a little bit of mix, but we all share similar desserts. Now, thank you so much. They
You're
really
welcome.
appreciated that. You guys
Yeah, of
enjoyed
course.
it?
Yeah.
Super.
But you know, this isn't just about food tasting. This is about showing the pride of the nations. So we're going to now call your teams against each other. Now, representing Malaysia with Shafiq Aiman, let's call HOK Esport Malaysia. And on the side, joining forces with Sir Pai and KC Bay, the away team. Come on up. We have the home team Malaysia and we have away team combined with Philippines and Indonesia. But wait, hold on. I count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 4 versus 5. We need one more from the audience. One more from the audience. Who volunteers? Who?
The caster.
Rookie. Rookie the caster. Okay, Rookie, you have been chosen. Come on up. Wow, so now we have 2 people from Indonesia, 3 people from the Philippines going up against the home team of Malaysia. Okay, you know what? We gotta settle this right now. Shafiq, they brought 2 regions right here, 2 forces against home Malaysia. What do you have to say to them?
We already won a lot of trophies, so we didn't scared.
Okay, Casey Bay, he's not scared. He's saying that they got the trophy. What do you gotta say to him?
You know what? You guys get lucky on the first day, but now we are so prepared. We practice hard and prepare to beat Taken down because Philippines will dominate this game with Indonesia.
You got lucky.
Wow.
She's saying it's just luck.
I would like to see their trophy soon, if they won.
If they win, you'd like to see their trophy. Sir Pai, he's very confident. So how are you going to defend your team?
Yeah, I think we all know who's gonna win this event, you know? Yeah, we win this. Easy. Safiq, easy.
Easy. Okay. Tension is high right now. So how about let's settle this in the gorge. It'll be home team Malaysia versus away team combined forces with Indonesia and the Philippines. It's time to have a little fun in this showdown. We're gonna go to the gorge with the casters. Lead us.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Nation Clash Final Day. I gotta say, Chantel,
I was a bit
Rookie
surprised.
left us for a show match.
By the way, Rookie got here in Malaysia
Yesterday,
and now he's playing.
Well, we gotta do his work. We gotta sub in for him so he can do whatever he can against
We'll get
the
half of
Malaysian
his
team.
pay.
Exactly. So here's the thing. If Rookie makes a big bad play, we're gonna be maximizing it as a caster
up
because
until the grand
he ditched
finals.
us. Exactly.
Up until the grand finals, but I really love that we get to see Indonesia and Philippines in one team, and we have HOK Esports Malaysia on the other side of our team. So this is gonna be a fun show match. We have KC Bay for Philippines, and Chief said spicy words earlier.
Exactly, with Sir Pai as well saying easy towards Shafiq Ayman coming from Malaysia. Things are getting heated on towards the gorge. It's a show match, but it's still regional pride on the line.
Of course, they've mentioned about the countries that they came from, and definitely, by the way, there's a player from the Philippines, the one wearing glasses, not the other one because that's a rookie cast. So Otolus is actually a caster for PKL.
That's my buddy right there.
And he's one of those players or casters that reached 100 stars.
I know, I've played with him before. He's a bit of a tryhard.
Rate him 1 to 10, 10 being the lowest.
10 being the lowest.
We do it the
reverse way.
Yeah, reverse way.
He's number 1 because he's the number 1 in my heart.
Oh, wow. So I'm expecting a lot from Otolus. Okay, a lot of banters happening also with our cameraman. Thumbs up. There you go. I'm sure everyone will have fun on this show match. A great way to start before our grand finals.
It's like what you say, Chantel. Like, we're taking a chill, we're taking a step back, we're going into the show match first between Team Malaysia, which is Team Home, and also the PHID synergy, the brotherhood here, to go for that laid-back show match into the last event, the last grand final we'll be talking about.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm just really looking forward with the performance of PH Indonesia. I mean, at this point, maybe we can also do like the banters with you supporting Malaysia, me supporting PH Indo, because again, it's all about nation pride.
For me, showmatch is showmatch. We bring the real business back into the grand finals later.
At the grand
because
finals.
that's MKL versus PKL. That is the exact showmatch we want to be seeing when we go into the pre-event before the prestigious grand finals.
And it's nice that we have our KOLs here at the venue. I think we'll also have cosplayers. By the way, those watching our show match today, you could come join us at Quill City Mall. We will be here later on for the grand finals. It will start 6 p.m. So we have lots of rewards for you guys, lots of activities around the area, and take note, it is free entrance.
It is free entrance here at the Quill City Mall, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, whereby, like we talked about it, every day we have giveaway. We have phones for Realme 15 Pro, we have earbuds, we have all these exciting gifts waiting for you to join. Just head on over to the activation booth over there, drop your name, drop your comment, post some stuff about HOK, and you can get yourself that spot into that lucky draw. And also, we have free seating here. Just drop by.
Free seating. I counted the free seats. There's still a lot, but they can still come and join. Big shout outs to our viewers at the second floor of this one. And we mentioned a lot of rewards. By the way, we had our champions already for the Honor of Kings, and do not forget that we are nominated at the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year. So do not forget to vote for HOK at esportsaward.com/vote.
Exactly the case, and especially if we do win this, you just best believe in the game client, we will be getting a lot of rewards, a lot of freebies, because we can celebrate if we do win this esports awards here. But man, a show match is always interesting. It's like a breather, a sign of relief before we go into the show match here. But let's not forget, Decade of Promise is live. It's for you, log in and claim your rewards. 30 free draws, 1,000 free tokens, and free skins waiting in-game right now. Don't miss Wishing Crane Aaron and Divine Tree Ascendant Ho Yi. Grab them today.
What a very lovely Wishing Crane arena that we're seeing. I probably get that. Hopefully I will get that. Anyway, for those watching again, do not forget to share also our live stream and show everyone your support. Aside from the region pride for our grand finals, we also have our region pride for the show match. And I believe that for this, let's forget about the draft. Let's forget about the meta. Let's forget everything in terms of the heroes that we normally do during drafting phase, because this is going to be a battle between the heroes that they're really comfortable in playing, because this is just one game and you want to show everyone what you can do. You want to show that signature hero of yours.
I think Otto has like a lot of games on towards that Dharma, that's Wuyen. And for Rookie, I think yesterday he mentioned to us that he wants to play the Luna. So those are some picks that will be ventured into for the side of both these casters on the stage.
Oh yeah, Rookie was actually excited about this. So yep, Rookie, we're expecting a lot from you. Show us a great play, because if not, we will talk about that later on.
He's also representing us as casters on the stage here, so if he does lose, so it's not the best case scenario for us.
Him and Otto lose.
Exactly right.
Because they're both the talents. But yep, anyway, we'll see that in the next couple of minutes, because we're now at our ban and picking phase. Blue side, we have Team Home, and of course the red side is Team Away. Otto side, PH and Indo is on the red side. They will ban out the U1.
And on towards the blue side, we have Shafiq Aiman leading the charge with also HOK Esports Malaysia. And they heard me. I said Luna, they banned it away. Sorry, Rookie.
Sorry, Rookie, but he's happy. He's enjoying it, okay? Rookie, by the way, is very enthusiastic about this show match that we will be seeing. Yao Chan has been banned as well. Really looking forward as to how these players or our KOLs and HOK Esports Malaysia and HOK Esports Philippines will play fair against each other, because who knows when the next time they will be facing each other in another show match. So the bragging rights will stay long as there is no possible way for them to play again together.
It's regional pride, it's bragging rights. Next time, maybe they meet at a hotel, they meet at the lobby, they're like,
To
hey,
settle things.
hey, I won you in that show match.
Remember
And-
the time I defeated you?
Yeah, and you can't do anything about it. Even though if you win me again, there's no proof.
Yeah, that's true. Now, okay. I really love the picking here for our friends from Malaysia. So a lot of cat control. You have Luban, number 7. What are your thoughts about this? I haven't seen Luban for quite so long, not unless it's a ranked game.
Oh, Luban number 7 is really good of a pick, especially when enemy has multi-tanks like the Ata, for example. So he does percentage health damage with that Gatling gun, but the only problem here, Luban number 7 has no mobility.
Oh, that's true. And speaking of mobility, we have a hero that is a great counter on those mobile heroes. We have the Daji on the hands of our friends from Philippines and Malaysia. So I really love the heroes here for our team away. So I was kind of thinking, I mean, it's hard to predict, you know, it's hard to predict the heroes because we don't really know the best hero of our players.
It's a show match.
It's a show match
We're taking
for
it
a
chill.
reason.
Everybody just wants to show their best side. It's not that competitive, but it's still a bit competitive because in the end, it's casting rights. It's bragging rights
nation
between
pride.
it's nation pride. This is the same thing we keep talking about over Honor of Kings Nation Clash. It's never about one. It's about you representing your nation and getting that W, representing yourself and the culture you're bringing into the tournament.
Exactly, exactly. And given the fact that this is just one game, I'm kind of hoping that maybe if things go south for this show match, probably we'll see a rematch at KIC because it will be at the Philippines. So anyway, we will see another ban. Luangzi won't be available for this game, even the Diadia and the Yang as well. So you have the Aoyin for the side of PH and Indo. They're still lacking that probably support for this.
Ooh, PH does lack some support here, especially team away. I think it will come down to Surpai on that roamer role. So he will probably have to cover a bit for the side of team away. For the side of team home, we're looking at a final jungle pick here. What are they going to pick in that jungle role? Is it an assassin? Ooh, we're getting a fade.
You're getting a fade. I love this. Talk about assassin hero for our Malaysian friends. Plus the Lady Shen. So it's more the utility at the same time, giving support to your jungle. Not really gold dependent, but at the same time could act independently. Okay, so it's as if for the players of our Malaysia, for our team home, it's as if they're prepared just in case there will be moments wherein Otto will be on the invade side. I mean, Otto is a great player. Aside from him casting the game, he really knows how to play.
That is the job of a caster. You need to play the game, learn the game, look at a player's POV to further know what they are feeling in those tense moments here. For Otto, he's well seasoned. He knows what he is playing about. But let's go in game because they are all and ready to head on the court between Team Home and Team Away in our best of one show match.
This is our show match again. Friends from Malaysia for our team home, and we also have our friends from Philippines and Indonesia for team away. This is a show match. Let's expect. Okay, let's not have an expectation for this. Let's just enjoy everything that this KOLs and personalities will bring to us.
We're taking a chill as we head on into game 1 between home and away for our Malaysia representatives against Indo and PH Brotherhood here. As you can see, early game here, a bit of a poke coming in from Surpai, but the Rockets here coming in from Celine is just hitting hard.
Yeah, that's true. And Surpai knocking those cannon blasts against the players of our Malaysian friends. So this might be a bit slow. Probably they're just learning how the other team plays.
We're talking about slow though. Jerusa gets take a lot of damage towards that charm coming in from Angel here. You cannot step too up close against Surpai and Angel on that deadly combo here. Otto, he's taking a bit chill. He's getting a bit of pressure, but you know, it's Otto. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, laning is one thing, but bottom lane, there's gonna be a knock back against Celine, and you have Jerusa as well for the backup. So a nice rotation, by the way, for our OA team. It feels as if they're ready anytime. Folks coming in at the top lane. Shafiq is there. Otto taking a lot of damage against...
J Steel landing onto Otto here, but a Drake kill coming in. Otto still surviving that play, getting that kill on towards Stormy's fade.
First blood from our friends from Philippines and Indonesia. So this is great for them. A huge lead at a very early game on this. I'm hearing the
crowd, man. They are just like cheering. They're just giving the energy. They're having an event over there. So everything's happening right now. Draven chasing over Otto here. Has to back off here. Gets hit by a trap. Full combo by the Daji. Has to use the destructive deluge to bail out to safety.
I really love that the Daji or Angel is very aggressive onto this game. I mean, with those combos, probably it will be a hard time for the players of Team Home to get those initiatives as early as possible. Sir Pai giving the formation again with those cannon blasts. It would potentially stop that possible threat coming in from our Team Home.
You can see Sir Pai actually has a lot of games on that modes that we're talking about. He's throwing those cannon blasts very aggressively, but Jerusa, too much damage there, but he have to back away. The bolt on Shafik does find his marker here, but a bit of a miss blast here coming in from Shafik.
I'm kind of feeling that for this show match. The first team fight will be right now.
That rookie coming in does get a bridal outburst to be pushed away here. Gets chased down by Stormy. Stormy with the hardened Jade Steel gets the kill on towards Sir Pai, putting Team Home 1 to a score on the board.
Okay, 1-1 is the score for Team Home. There's a nice dodge on that supposed play from a team away, and at the same time, they had the upper hand in terms of positioning. But take note, Sagi, there is a huge lead in terms of gold onto the side of Team Away. Definitely an edge for them. And I think I'm kind of believing that for Team Away, they're just waiting for Otto to be part of the team fight as early as possible. Look at the difference in terms of levels. Level 5 versus level 6.
Shafik going in, gets closed down by the wall on towards Atta here. Otto with a good response ultimate, locking in that kill for the side of Shafik Ayman.
Great timings coming in from Team Away. Even Jerusa is already low on life. Possibly a kill for KC Bay!
KC Bay blasting in with that flaming bombs, finding the assassination on towards Jerusa. Celine having to back away. That's a lot of burst damage coming in from Angel on that Daji.
KC Bay learned it from the best, from our players, from our pro players at KNC. Angel low on life. There's gonna be pokes coming in from Celine. So this time around, we could see that there is a lot of control from PH Indo's side, even taking majority of their resources. Probably will secure this one out, and there's no contest for the side of our Malaysian friends.
Otto playing so aggressive towards the jungle here, does in fact not get that Crimson Golem here, so that's still a consolation prize going in towards that Team Home here. But just like you mentioned here, Chantel, almost a 3,000 goal lead in favor of Team Away here. The PHID Brotherhood doing exceptionally well.
That's true, and you don't normally want that to happen if you have a fade in your lineup. As much as possible, you want to be at the upper hand. And now for Team Away, probably that's what they're doing. They're just stopping this potential threat coming in from Stormy. We saw those damages early game. Now for Team Home, they just need to constantly farm. They have the utility on the Lady Gen. They have Celine on the Duban. Otto taking the damage from 2 players of a Team Home.
Yeah, forcing it away. Otto in the midst of 3-man coming in from Stormy, but he is just so darn tanky on that attack here. With Rookie going in for the execution kill. So darn low coming in for the members coming from Team Home. Otto, can you find a kill as Stormy dashing away, hopping in towards the wall? They do in fact get away towards safety here, but the damage has been done. The kill has been done. The extra kill coming in from Stormy. An outplay from Team Home's jungler.
Stormy is on fire. Even though he's a Storm, he is on fire. 5-5 is our score, ladies and gents, but we have KC Bay focusing herself on taking down objectives against Team Home. But still, the goal lead is on the side of our Team Away. Definitely on the hands of KC Bay because of that kill earlier at the bottom lane. And 5-5, and we could see the players, or we could hear the crowd rather, with those chants. I think there is something happening at the sites.
Well, we have cosplayers, we have all these activities here. Drop by Cool City Mall. You find out yourself if you're nearby KL in Malaysia here. But a boat coming in from Shafik wants to find Angel, does not in fact find the mark here. More of these invades are towards the mid lane here. Super aggressive stuff coming in from Team Home.
You know what? At this point, we could definitely see that for Team Home, they have a lot of sustain. Serpai already low on life.
Unbridled
Not back
efforts, finding Serpai. First to fall on the side of Team Away here, but Stormy with that execute, finding Angel for that double kill. But that's not over yet. Otto finding 4 members on that knockout. Rookie going in, return to dust towards safety here as the members of Team Home have to bail away towards safety here. It is Otto, Rookie, the caster duo finding success for the side of Team Away.
2-for-1 trade after the skirmish, and still for Team Away, even though they are at a lead, it feels as if they're a bit struggling on team fights. And
Nice
speaking
assassination coming in from Stormy here, getting the kill onto his KC bait, but can the side of Otto run away? He indeed does get towards safety here, but Chantel, my goodness, Stormy's on fire.
Yeah, definitely Stormy's on fire, having those skills against the players of Team Away. The trade for the side of Team Away is going to be this Overlord. Otto already low on life against 2 players of Team Home. Gets taken down with the hands of a Stormy.
Legendary on that fate from HOK Esports Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. He is just on fire on that assassin.
I mean, one thing that I can say for this show match, HOK Esports Malaysia is on fire. They mean business as they take down another player from PH Indo, Angel.
For this play coming in, it does force out a flash coming in from Shafiq Ayman here. He has to back away towards safety here. The cannons coming in for Celine. Does find his mark over towards Angel, getting a kill for the team on the side of Team Home here. But still, that big of a goal lead coming in for the red team has been mitigated right now.
Yeah, it's already 22.4k versus 23.2k. Earlier, it was around 2k for a Team Away. So we have an objective in 8 seconds. If you are Team Home, of course, you want to take that to take control over the map. And I really like the position, by the way. They're focusing on the pushes. Same goes with Team Away. But for Team Away, they're finding that perfect timing. So this is going to be the Tyrant we're talking about. For Serpai, again, those cannon blasts are on point. But there's no skirmish yet for both teams. Probably this is it.
Yeah, Rookie going in, taking too much damage. They can take it. Gets assassinated by Stormy here. A big mistake here coming in from Team Away's jungle. Narusa going on the aggressive end, pulling away the space needed from the side of Team Away to contest for this objective as we see towards the mid side here. Angel finding Celine, gets the assassination and flashing away towards safety. Towards the right side here, we can see Stormy once again finding a kill on towards the mid lane.
But there's another kill on the side of Team Away. Okay, 2-for-2 trade after that skirmish. 9 minutes into the game. We have 8-12 middle lane. It's gonna be a kill. Draven is down with the hands of Otto, and it's not done yet. But we can see a flash. Here comes Stormy against 2 players, 3 players.
Flashing in, going in for the execution here, but does not find his marker. Has to bail away towards safety here. KC Bay on that low, doing so much damage on towards the members of Team Home here, allowing them to get that mid turret, and then we see more of the focus here, putting foot on towards Stormy here, pushing him away, forcing him away from his own jungle. However, it is still looking like a 50-50 as we approach that 10-minute mark.
Definitely a 50-50, but I can say that for Casey Bay, she's having a great time. She's having that space for those 3 hits. You can see a set sail. Serpai was there 2 seconds before this objective. You can see Stormy finding that spot, and you have Serpai as well, using that ultimate plus the flash.
Immediate disengage coming in from Jerusa, saving his jungle for safety, but that does sacrifice the roamer coming in from Team Home. 2-man cannon blast coming in from Serpai, finding Celine, finding Shafiq. 2 more kills go in favor of Team Away. He can only limp away. Rookie, the last charm lands, getting another kill. Team Away has 3 on the board.
Look at that burst coming in from Angel on that dodgy. Go straight on taking down another tower at bottom lane. 13-12 is the score. Look at the items. To be fair, you have huge gold for Stormy. 9.2k in 10-minute game time. It's as if he's farming around 800 plus for every minute, and it's very efficient. It's just that for Team Away, in terms of the layering of skills,
they're just on point and even on the trades, because even in the map control, we could see that Team Away has already taken down the tower at the middle lane.
It all comes down to one thing as well. The crowd control coming in from both Serpai and Angel from the side of Team Away is doing such a good job locking Stormy on this Fate away from these games, because once this Fate goes in and he gets hit by a charm coming in from Angel, that could just spell doom here. But Otto going in with the sea anchor here, finds Celine. Celine has to force out the flash jump, but Rookie getting the knockup, getting the first kill on board for Team Away in this exchange here. But Rookie, the multiple CC layer, he does slip away, and Shafik Aima will be taken down. Coming to the crossside here as Otto once again going in. Serpai finding a 3-man knockup. The members are stunned. Stormy gets an assassination and does bail out towards safety here.
There's gonna be a club back on the side of a Team Home, and that's gonna be a double kill for Stormy. Takes out another kill. Serpai already low on life, struggling for his life, but here comes Rookie on the back. Rookie takes out Draven, but it's gonna be a triple kill for Stormy on this Fade.
The junglers are at it. The junglers are going with whatever they can. Fists, legs, swords, everything to get the lead that their team needs for this show match. It is looking not like a show match. It's looking like grudge heading in.
It doesn't feel like a show match anymore. I mean, they have answer to every threat coming in. If a Team Home wants to play, there's an answer for the side of Team Away. So I'm really loving this. It doesn't feel like a show match, but it's just 12 minutes, by the way. 16-15 onto this game. In terms of the levels and the items, definitely Stormy is at the upper hand. As to why for the team, they're focusing on this Overlord. Jerusa is already low on life. You have the players on the side of Team Away, but it's gonna be Team Home securing this one.
But the fight's not over yet. KC Bay going in with the Infinite Bastards, catches onto 2. Snipes down Celine as the members coming in from Team Home is scattered. Having to run away. 3, 4 are down for Team Home as Stormy is the only one alive in all this exchange.
Good thing for the side of Team Home, they were able to take down this Overlord. That's why they have the Shadow Vanguards for this, but I'm not sure if they're able to defend this one out. As for Team Away, they have the minion wave, they have complete players, a lot of pressure kicking in at the top lane.
10 seconds is the death timer here coming in for that Team Home here. Stormy with the Space Sanctuary gets blocked down by Serpai's ultimate here as he gets taken down. He does only find no one as the base is in shambles. Minions are in as we congratulate Team Away for winning this best of 1 show match.
PH into combination wins this game against our Malaysian friends. Rookie enjoying everything. We have Otto as well. KC Bay and Angel. What a great showing for our Team Away.
I don't know whether that's a show match or an official match because they were trying.
Like it was a competitive game.
They were trying really hard.
Yeah, it's as if it's part of our tournament. I mean, it's just a show match, right? But kudos, of course, to Stormy.
He
made a name at the show match, and we could see the friendly banters between our players. Hopefully, we get to see that at KAC game number 2.
I have to agree with you, but definitely I think that was the show match that we had. But I am interested to see what Mara has prepped for us later on. But man, Chantel, that Rookie?
Okay,
fine. Passable. His team was pretty good.
He was so great. It was great. Despite the huge lead, in terms of the jungle items, in terms of the gold that the Stormy had on that show match, it felt as if Ryuki was so confident with his performance. He's dancing, by the way, in front of us.
But hey, Mara is ready, and Mara will be interviewing our KOLs. Let's take it to the stage, and let's welcome Mara with the interview.
What a show match! Let's give it up to our home and away. Congratulations, away team. Serpai, you've done it. How was it like for you to play on the international stage representing Indonesia?
Of course, good and for fun, obviously. And, before the match, I would say it's easy for me.
It's easy for you.
Yeah, easy. Too easy, kind of challenging a bit. That's it.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You've done it for the bragging rights. Now, KC Bay from the Philippines. Later on, Philippines will be playing right on this very stage. Do you think the result that you guys had will reflect later? What do you have to say to the Philippine team?
Yeah, I think the result that we do earlier will result later. I think it will be so good fight. And actually, it's a bit challenging for us for the big. He also is good. And yeah, later I hope they win and fighting. Aja.
Fighting! What about you, Shafiqa Iman? Later on, you know, Malaysia needs that encouraging words. What would you like to say to your team to pump them up?
Jadi sebelum apa-apa saya nak ucapkan tahniah kepada dorang sebab memenangi tadi. Tetapi match tu memang gempak gila. Dan untuk tim Malaysia, good luck untuk grand final. Saya doakan korang yang terbaik dan saya percaya korang memang terbaik.
Good luck to both teams. Thank you so much for a wonderful showdown. Later on, it's going to be Philippines versus Malaysia. We're going to settle who's the strongest and the new kings for the very first Honor of Kings Nation Clash. So stay tuned. Keep it here in Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for the Honor of Kings Nation Clash.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Why are you here?
India's okay. No one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top. Always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest, and this makes us stronger.
Of course, Malaysia lah, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia boleh.
Who do you think will win Nation Clash?
You ask a very good question.
Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah.
I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog, and no one see us, no one smell us, and when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because we turn this very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Cute leh. Because Malaysia, we got discipline. They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played.
We different level. We level so high.
Ah, so boring. Come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really ask me that question, ma? Of course, Indonesia food is the best, lah.
Huh? Malaysian food is better because we got.
If I'm gonna be describing Nation Clash in one word, it's gonna be
Nationalism.
pembuktian. Impactful.
Nation Clash is pressure because they're going to be bearing the flag on their shoulders.
HOK is a very unique. It is one of the best
games in the world. And it's very well thought of.
I would say it's more than just competition, but as a collaboration in terms of how they grow together.
6 teams from 3 nations enter into groups.
Fan favorite teams fight fan favorite teams.
Champions fight champions.
Selamat datang di IKL Hall Playoff 2025. Semua bisa.
Dia bertahan sendirian di area depan dan kali ini ada side of origin dan juga maju ke Senko. Senko berhasil taken down. Senko membeli side dari dan akan kembali lagi bangkit untuk yang kedua kalinya. Double kill for whip. Mini whip bakal masuk kali ini. Dan Kristanya ter-reveal. Makanya mau di-fight lagi. Coba dimainkan momentumnya tapi salahkan dia. Dia akan mampu melakukan defense karena Krista akan kehilangan nafas. Terakhirnya 2-0 ke Gendra.
Saya cuma update takut dengan macam saya sabar. Bukan cuma tipu lah.
Not like that, Pak. Bro, not like that. Hey, kita udah sampai sini loh.
Saya tahu saya mau keluar itu.
Iya, betul.
Ya.
Betul. Kamu betul, kamu kerja sih. Bro.
IKL itu sangat kompetitif, apalagi perbedaan dari spring season ke fall season. Jadi kompetitifnya lebih berasa, semua tim berkembang, persaingannya lebih greget lah. Journey Bigetron Esports by Vitality di IKL nggak mulus dari awal. Dalam playoff kami mengalami kondisi yang tidak baik, di mana ada cukup banyak player yang sakit saat itu, bahkan sudah tidak kuat lagi untuk bermain.
Di backstage actually bukan cuma Zanki yang sakit, ada Omson ada problem juga with his stomach. Terus day akhir, last day I puke.
0-2 tertinggal bukanlah akhir, sampai benar-benar. So, I have 2 options.
Either you play my composition draft or you play you guys pick rank draft. We vote the composition draft.
Kita percaya Om Kurus, dan then kita sebagai player ya kita main saja dan then sesuai apa itu strategi ya, macam itu.
One day left. Remember our team is still long. Okay? Yeah.
Bigetron win! Arena baku hantam para raja.
Bakal hidup kembali. Ada 3 naga yang bakal masuk ke arah Krista. Dan akhirnya 1 poin berhasil mereka dapatkan. 2-1. Bigetron for second time. They saving the energy for the early game. And they got the game right now. Bigetron fans langsung datang menemui bola Gendra. We respond. Krista support. Menjadi pemenang kali ini dan Kagendra berhasil dikalahkan di final battle.
Okay, so for me, BTR coming in as the IKL champion is actually amazing because it's really a success story.
Kalau misalkan dari group stage, sebelumnya Bigetron itu tidak terlalu menonjol sebetulnya. Jadi menurutku, champions tercipta dari pressure. Cause diamond made from pressure.
Sebagai representatif Indonesia, ya pasti ada kebanggaan tersendiri. Karena saya berasal dari Indonesia dan lahir dari Indonesia, jadi bahwa kebangsaan Indonesia itu suatu kebanggaan tersendiri.
How do you see Bigetron working together with Alter Ego?
Sebenarnya saya tahu mengenai Alter Ego, kabarnya dari mereka trial pemain, mereka ganti pemain. Karena rumor atau kabar tersebut juga sampai ke kuping saya, sampai ke telinga saya. Pada saat itu cukup kaget karena yang saya dengar terakhir mereka mengganti semua rosternya. Rombak total.
Ini bakal sulit sih pasti buat Alter Ego karena banyak yang pastinya nggak percaya sama Alter Ego.
KNC membutuhkan banyak sekali represent yang sebenarnya lebih baik.
Dan kita tahu Alter Ego juga punya banyak sekali fans di luar sana.
Because Alter Ego, it's we don't know why Alter Ego. We also don't know. Indonesia banyak yang berpikir kayak di Indonesia tuh banyak juga bilang kayak kenapa Alter Ego pun mereka bingung. Kita nggak tahu.
Alter Ego terkena ace and one straight push till the end. Song untuk Kak Gendra. Masih ditahan mau kayak gimana pun 4 detik lagi ini tidak cukup. Newbie diberikan kapal di sana dan nampaknya closing yang masih tetap untuk tim Kak Gendra.
AE 这赛季的成绩大家也看到了，我们的成绩并不是很好。最大的问题，可能就是像迪克尔说的，我们是一个全新的团队。对于 Untitled 呢，他我对他评价不是特别好。
Versus everybody, Senchao taken down, Decoy pun hilang, 4 orang tumbang, 1 TUT tersisa di sana.
但是呢，他之前是特别强的，来到印尼之后，我发现他慢慢的变懒惰了，慢慢的游戏实力下滑了。
可能我应该像蓝锋一样，然后去带领整个团队，就是取得更好的成绩。但是我确实这个赛季没有做到。我的英语口语就是可以说那么一点，但是不多。我们可以就是指划指划，比划比划，他也能明白。
Masalah language, sometimes ketika lagi competition, itu kita masih ada beberapa miskom. Kami ada beberapa foreigner, either itu dari coach maupun dari player, tapi dari situ kita pelan-pelan supaya bisa nemuin chemistry satu sama lain.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure about Alter Ego because their last performance is not that good.
Because Alter Ego, I've met a lot of their players and they weren't really confident on their performance on Nation Clash. But for Alter Ego, with their new roster lineup, they haven't been performing like we expected them to perform. And Alter Ego needs to find their gameplay. They need to bond for the chemistry. But I really hope that Alter Ego would find their true power in the international stages.
我觉得这个对于我还有对于我们的成员都是一个非常巨大的成长舞台，因为 BTR 是一个非常强有力的盟友，他们教练也是我特别喜欢的，因为我听我的队员说他是他们队伍的知心，所以说我需要去学习他这些，还有就是他的谦虚的态度。
Menurut saya sejujurnya Coach Han adalah coach yang memiliki pengalaman, memiliki pengetahuan yang cukup tinggi. Pasti Coach Han berpikir keras bagaimana timnya juga bisa memberikan sesuatu.
我感觉非常荣幸能去代表印尼去参加这次比赛，但是还是会有压力。
Saya mau coba encourage Coach Han juga untuk keluarkan apa yang dia ketahui, keluarkan kemampuan dia. Karena saat ini bukan lagi untuk kita sebagai pesaing, tapi kita sama-sama berjuang gitu sebagai tim.
你最想要从这个 coach 身上一起做到的东西是什么？
尽自己最大的努力，带领这2支队伍共同去前进，取得很好的成绩。
With BTR coming in with Alter Ego, I hope BTR could bring out a positivity of BTR to Alter Ego because I want Alter Ego to have the same gameplay, the same mood, the same vibes as BTR. And they bring a lot of like a family into the gameplay. So yeah, because they will be bearing the same flag, the Indonesian flag. So I hope that they will perform as well as each other.
Honestly, it's hard to see for both of them to work together. But I think with the help from Om Kurus, Alter Ego could listen to them because Om Kurus is older than everyone from Alter Ego.
Everybody will listen to this.
Yes.
Even Alter Ego.
Yes. Before the win, they have to.
Get on way! Go, go, go!
To describe the esports scene in the Philippines, it's family-driven. it's also passion-driven. The roster of professional players in PKL, they hail from different titles. Some of them have been former champions, some of them have been competing for years now. It feels good to see them compete because a lot of them already know each other.
HOK and PKL has been home to these players because everyone is welcome here. Like everyone who wants to play, everyone who wants to create their own name.
Or to be more specific, HOK Esports provided an opportunity for these once professional players and of course esports stakeholders to once again come together and build something from the ground up, which is HOK Esports, which is PKL. What I like about the Philippines is that family is also connected to the community. And that's the reason why we have a lot of teams that are being together. Even the HOK Philippines teams, the PKL teams, are family.
Let's go, Blacklist!
It's intense in the arena, but let's see who will have the better power and more intense strategy coming into the ultimate battle.
Ultimate bonding experience on their lineup. Yeah. Yuhuan plus Agudo, the ultra heal. Okay.
Oh, speaking of heal, but hold that thought, another one into the mid. Miggy here na pinalayan ng mga taga-Blacklist, mga kaibigan. They don't have the damage. And of course, Tyson goes down. Carla sinunod siya. Dragon naman na patay pa. It is gonna be a push into the base. Dito sa may pinakababa. Pinakamagaling sa lahat. Tumayan nyo ang pagdating ng isang kalaban.
After the grand finals with Boom, we're all speechless. Like, we don't know, because in that moment, in our mind, we say that at last we got this championship because we really want this championship for a very long time.
PKL, Honor of Kings Fall Season Champion, Blacklist International!
This is an interesting story because Blacklist just won. And now, with them winning, WeTrend is going to be the community voting team that is going to go to the Nations Clash. And man, that is exciting because right now, we don't know what they have. They didn't play in the playoffs. There's a lot of question marks here.
I think it's too early for us. Honestly, just being transparent. Like, I think I prefer it if it will be like Blacklist and Boom. I think we don't deserve it going to Nation Class, and so that means that we need to step up our game. So we cannot make an embarrassment for our country also.
Yun nga, para sa akin, para sa mga players na yun eh. Like, sa mga players na siya, kasi yun nga, sinasabi ko naman sa kanila yung mga mali and kailangan i-work on talaga. Kailangan lang talaga nila ma-adapt ng mabilis. Right now, yung playstyle ng team is aggressive talaga, as in parang walang hinto yung sila parang mechanically gifted silang lahat. So, kaya nilang pumindot talaga. So, parang lahat sila gusto gumawa ng highlights.
Dito, hinatak paloob si Maze, pero buhay pa rin siya.
Si Carl ay alam na rin. Okay, Aaron!
Yeah, kompleto ba ni Aaron? Naka-spell pero na kompleto! Patay ang dalawang mid lane. Laban
Their gameplay is so messy, like they're playing like ranked games.
So Blacklist International strategy is like more on macro side, more on moving around the map control, while WeTrend is like more on head-to-head. Team fight, they want to fight and fight.
Why we lost on PKL? Because we're a little bit undisciplined. It's a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of lack of trust.
Well, technically, sa mechanics, almost same lang. But yung Blacklist kasi more on sila eh. Like, yung discipline nila andun na. Yeah, cause yun nga, yung mga players dun sa Blacklist parang yung players nila sa Blacklist parang 4 years na sila magkakasama. So andun na talaga yung synergy.
I believe one of the key factors that we got the championship because we have a strong team chemistry and team bonding. Because I believe if they have good chemistry outside, we can be as good as chemistry inside the game.
What's interesting about both of these teams is Coach XSN and Coach TG, because way back then, both of these coaches has been playing with a high level competitive play from different games.
If they want to work together, they need to help each other out, especially when it comes to drafting, because it's going to be crucial for them to win the Nations Clash as a unit.
Well, yun nga, masaya kasi makakapag ulit, parang makapag-banding ulit with Coach TG and makapag-reunite.
Actually, I'm very excited working with him or playing with him in the Nation Clash together because we're best friends. I'm really proud of him. Of course, we will help them to prepare also because we're the same region or the same nation. I think we're gonna go work together well because I known their players before, like Aaron and Maze. They are like my ex-teammates, so it's like I've known them really well. And I think they're gonna do great in Nation Clash as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping to learn from Blacklist the methodical play style. I want to learn more on the macro side of the game because that's what we need right now. What Blacklist have is what we need.
Siguro sa Nation Clash sobrang saya ko kasi feel ko sobrang advantage ng Philippine team doon kasi ang Filipino team kasi sobrang comfortable namin sa isa't isa, like yung isang team na to parang magkaka-vibe kami.
Collaboration with TG, parang madami kami especially ako marami akong matutunan kay TG kasi Blacklist is discipline and we are aggressive, and then if mixed together we're in the middle.
If we combine this together versus the other Nation Clash teams, Malaysian and Indonesian teams, they will be having a hard time versus Philippine teams.
Yeah, I think hopefully sana magamit namin yung love na yung brotherly love para at least yung gap lumiit and kahit paano gumanda yung laban.
Coach X, don't think too much. Like, think ahead, move forward, believe on yourself and also on your team. You can do this.
What do you think about Philippines going up against Malaysia in the Nation Clash?
We could lose so bad.
What's your thought?
Malaysia is very strong.
PKL dan MKL mereka jago-jago lah, tapi dominasi dari beberapa tim masih terlihat nyata.
Seperti Malaysia contohnya, yang kita tahu mereka adalah pro players factory.
I think Malaysia is one of the toughest country that we can go against
They do
here.
a great job of clearing that vanguard, but what is it going to cost? The Razor cavalry comes through. CY gets the kill onto Illusion. Kyung 9 Fei is down as well.
Indonesia comparing to Malaysia, I think there will be a gap on the skill.
So MKL region, medyo tough region kasi like the region is always one step ahead.
Oh, masuk ke belakang Gil. Dia mendapat dan sekarang ini Fraser menjadi masa seterusnya. Terus lagi saja menjadi masa. Dua orang tapi dikuburkan. Mereka menjadi masa seterusnya. Toshi juga akan dijatuhkan. Nampak masih 12 minit 15 saat. Pertolongan berjalan tapi tidak memberikan apa pemakna. Terus tinggi ini akan ditamatkan. Tak sebarang masalah dan terus saja.
我觉得实力的话，马来西亚肯定是当之无愧的排在第一。
Mereka untuk merendahkan lagi apa yang ada. Shot! Cantik! Mencari ruang tapi dia makan belakang. Jihong! Mampu waktu. Baik pada saya sama. 3 dah habis. 4 dah habis. Habis. Ini mungkin penamanya. Habis. HBSC. Nunggu minion yang akan masuk. Dan inilah penamanya. Nova. Tertewang dan HBSC. Ada champion, ada 4. Membalas kosong. Homeboys Blackroom Esports mencari juara.
Tapi kalau saya nak jujur, kebanyakan orang cakap Malaysia kuat, tapi kita masih tak puas.
因为我们的目标并不是他们，因为我们的目标是挑战上面 KPO， 我觉得这个才是我们应该定的目标。
Both Indonesia and Philippines, they're starting to rise up. I know their drive. Generally, the drive of the Indonesians, the drive of the Filipinos, if they want to win it, they will find ways to win it. So they will find ways to improve.
我觉得他们的集战力会慢慢的变得越来越强。如果他想挑战我们 MKO 的话，我觉得他们需要有一个更强大的心脏，
然后才有资格来挑战我们。这个是需要有一个过程的。那我觉得我们马来西亚也是不甘落后嘛。
Mungkin suatu hari nanti region-region lain mereka pula yang akan lebih bangkit dan lebih memberikan saingan yang kuat di peringkat antarabangsa. So sekarang ni selagi kita masih lagi di atas, kita kena buat yang terbaik, kita kena sapu semua yang kita boleh sapu.
我们为什么要打败印尼和菲律宾的赛区？因为我感觉身为马来西亚人，我们就是要做到最好，做到最棒。因为我是阿纳马来西亚。如果你不进步，你在原地踏步，总有一天别人也是会追上你的。印尼、菲律宾他们刚接触2年这款游戏就已经是蛮强的了。
我们团队6个人对这个冠军是非拿不可，就是我们对这个执念很深很深。我们可以抛下工资，包括奖金这些东西，我们都可以不在我们的考虑范围，因为我们的目标只有一个，那就是冠军。
这样的一个模式呢，就是大家都是齐心协力的，为国家而战嘛。我们也是其中的一份子嘛，对吧？我们作为马来西亚的俱乐部，我们也是共同努力、共同发展嘛。
我们4支队伍其实都想代表马来西亚，然后去让海外的人看到我们马来西亚有多厉害，因为大家是一家人，只是比赛让我们争出谁代表马来西亚罢了。
我觉得马来西亚赢了这场比赛，就是让世界都知道马来西亚是东南亚最强的国家。能为自己喜欢的国家、自己待在的国家出一份力，是一件非常自豪、非常开心的事情来。
肯定要赢，因为这样子才能继续打下去。没打进去比赛输了的话，队伍可能会做不下去吧。
Malaysia needs to win Nation Clash to prove a point. To prove a point that we are still consistent even with the growth of the other regions around us.
Kami tak kisah duit, kami tak kisah piala. Kami nak memegang nama kerana apabila nama tu dia takkan hilang. Dan pastinya apabila anda menjadi juara untuk Nation Clash yang pertama, ianya akan terukir selamanya di atas sana.
What I hope to achieve is actually to see that the crowd is able to, sit there and cheer and be like, that's my nation's player, that is my Malaysian pride.
I hope they do great. And we'll be cheering for them. But of course, because they do carry the Philippine name, it's very important that they go out there and do the best that they can.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Why are you here?
In here, okay? No one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top, always.
What makes your nation stronger? We have our flag in our chest, and this makes us stronger.
Of course, in Malaysia, man, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia, boleh!
Who do you think will win Nation Clash?
You are.
In the world of honor of kings, pride isn't just earned, it's defended. 3 nations, 6 teams. From Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, they march to Kuala Lumpur with one mission: to fight for their nation and to prove their place among Southeast Asia's best. This isn't just a tournament. This is Nation Clash 2025 from Malaysia, the land of champions. Homeboys Black Shrew Esports and Alpha Gaming, two giants standing tall at the peak of Southeast Asia. To the region, Malaysia is the dominant kingdom, the mountain that Indonesia and Philippines want to conquer. From Indonesia, here come the challengers. Bigatron, Esports, and Alter Ego. Once doubted, now ready to fight. With everything they have, they wear the title of underdogs. But in every underdog's heart burns the fire of defiance. And from the Philippines, a nation known for unity and spirit, Blacklist International. And we trend esports are brothers in arms, fighting not against each other, but together to bring glory home. Now, the Malaysia's reigning giants stand ready at the grand finale, their crowns heavy, their legacy unmatched. But the question, can Indonesia rise from the shadow to challenge Malaysia? Can the Philippine spirit of cooperation break through the walls of dominance? Or will Malaysia prove once again that no one can topple the mountain of kings? This isn't just about victory. It's about pride. It's about redemption. It's about proving. This is Nation Clash 2025. 3 nations, 6 teams, 1 crown. Who will rise and who will fall?
This is it. The final day. Kings have fallen. Kings have risen. And now only 2 nations remain in the light of destiny. They have weathered every storm, carrying not only themselves, but the pride of their homeland through every clash, every challenge, and every sacrifice. But this tournament is unlike anything the world has ever seen before. Under one flag, 2 squads unite as one in the same match against formidable foe. Malaysia versus Philippines. Only one will rule the gorge. This is a grand finals of the Honor of Kings Nation Clash. Tuan Tuan dan Puan Puan, salamat datang. Welcome. My name is Mara Aquino, your host, and today we've reached the pinnacle of this extraordinary journey. So let your voices be heard and the fire of your nations burn bright, because today history will be written right before our eyes. But before we start this battle, join me in welcoming and in the honor of this very special guest to come up on stage, Mr. James Young, our Senior Director for the Global Esports Center, Level Infinite Tencent Games.
Hello, Honor of Kings fans! I'm James Young in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And I'm very thrilled to be here to share some exciting updates about HOK Esports. So, are you ready? Let's dive in. Thank you to all the fans who passionately cheered through the nation clash over past 4 days. Soon, we'll witness the crowning moment of the very first nation clash finals and the rise of each champion. As an everlasting tribute to their victory, the champion nation will receive an exclusive national theme flower outfit. Co-created with the winning team, this special in-game outfit will debut during the 2026 Nation Clash, so stay tuned. Then, And where will we meet next? Let's find out together.
Put it in the top grind, all my squad is pop talent. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Better step it up, be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. You know, baby's colder than us, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my buddies in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, and I'm reaching for the skies. We got it. I'm a warrior, fighting for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it on it. For honor, we're beating the odds. We got the honor, 'cause we are the kings. It's honor showtime.
I'm proud to unveil the most anticipated global esports event of the year, KIC 2025! The Honor of Kings International Championship. We are bringing this epic showdown to Manila, Philippines this November. Mark your calendars because you never want to miss it. The group stage kicks off on November 14, leading up to the grand finals on November 30, with 12 thrilling days of competition. KLC 2025 will take place across two iconic venues in Manila, the Shooting Gallery Studios and Activity Center at Ayala Mall's Manila Bay. The event will embrace local culture, delivering an unforgettable experience for both on-site and online audiences. This will be the stage where 16 global teams battle for the championship title. Currently, 15 teams have already secured their spot in KIC. Here they are. The final slot will be determined through Phoenix Reborn qualifier, and two teams receiving the most fan votes will face off the last spot at KIC 2025. So be sure to support your favorite teams. These 16 teams are not just fighting for glory. They are fighting for their regions, chasing the championship crown, and competing for a massive $1 million prize pool. Even more exciting, the FMVP of 2025 will be rewarded an exclusive FMVP skin. Our beloved hero Jing will also receive a special KIC esports skin to commemorate this historic event. Stay tuned in-game for details on how to get it. Ride for honor, everyone! See you at KIC! In 2025, HOK Global Esports delivered countless moments of glory. Now, I'm excited to unveil our full-year plan for 2026. Next year, we'll feature 4 major international tournaments, KIS4 and Nation Clash in the first half of the year, followed by KWC at EWC 26 and KIC 2026 later on. We'll also host 2 seasons of regional professional leagues, bringing non-stop competition to fans around the world. And here's even more thrilling news. Honor of Kings will once again be featured as an official medal event at 2026 Nagoya Asian Games. National teams from across Asia will compete for the prestigious gold medal on the same stage. we are confident that 2026 will bring even more honorable and unforgettable esports moment to you all. So play together, win as one. Let's create an amazing esports story together. Okay? Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James Young. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the teams are ready and the crown awaits its ruler. Let's begin the grand finals of the Honor of Kings Nation Clash. Entering the arena, the nation that roars like the Malayan tiger, determined to defend the throne of any who dare to challenge it. Homeboys Black True Esports and the relentless force of Alpha Gaming. Together, they showcase dominance through this tournament. Give it up for Malaysia! Entering the arena, the nation that rises with the spirit of a true fighter, ready to overcome any challenge that stand in their path. The unstoppable Blacklist International and We Trend. They battled through intense clashes, proving their strength. Make some noise for the Philippines! Let's bring the coaches to the stage. They've guided their squad through every challenge, every decision, and every moment that led them here. Malaysia versus Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set and the countdown begins now. The battle for national pride. This is the grand finals of the Honor of Kings Nation Clash. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. Hello, Quill City Mall. We are in the final day of Honor of Kings Nation Clash, where this is the grand finals between MKL from Malaysia and Philippines' very own PKL Chantel.
At this point, with all the information that we had, with all the things happening at HOK, now we have Malaysia versus the Philippines at the grand finals. This is my first time covering an international tournament for HOK, and having Philippines at the grand finals, I'm so proud of the boys. I'm so proud of everyone.
Wow, and I will be acting as the separator to these two casters who will be fighting on their grounds today.
Stop us later.
So we are gonna see a battle that is worthy for the nations.
It will be very interesting because we had back-to-back days coming in from day number 1, day number 2, group stage galore, and yesterday we had to bid goodbye to the IKL representatives coming in from Indonesia. But today we have the grand finals. We've been to Showmatch, we've been to Honor of Queens, and right now this is that final few moments before we hop into the gorge for that grand finals.
And here's the thing, let's all be honest, in terms of the level of competitiveness at HOK, definitely Malaysia has the upper hand. But there was already a statement from the day 1 of our group stage wherein Blacklist International was able to get a game against Homeboys Black Sports. So that alone says a lot about the progress of Philippines in terms of global scene.
Yep, it's gonna be an interesting matchup looking at Blacklist, and they have been performing on their best these past few days.
But hey, before we head into the official match, let's cover some of the incentives, the Decade of Promise here. For everyone who's watching, Decade of Promise is now live. Log in now and instantly claim 1,200 honor points, which gives you about 30 free honor draws, 1,000 limited tokens, Spriteling costume, and free skins. And it gets even better. You can try out 100 heroes, all the heroes, 100 selected skins, all of them are free to use for a limited time. Spotlight these while you can, redeem both Wishing Crane Aaron and Divine Tree Ascendant Ho Yi. Log in now and claim your rewards.
You saying everything about the rewards is telling me that there's a lot for us from the grand finals and all. By the way, speaking of rewards, For those watching online, you can come join us at Quill City Mall. But anyway, this has been the story of the whole KNC. We had the semifinals yesterday. It was a best of 7 against Indonesia, wherein Blacklist and WeTrend won 4-2 against BTR and AE.
Yep, it was sad for Indonesia to have closed their journey on this nation clash, but PKL, being the representative of Philippines, they are gonna go to the MKL today. They're gonna face the homeowners, Malaysia, as this day.
It will be a very interesting matchup here coming for this grand finals, because just like what Chantel has mentioned, for the side of the PKL, the Philippines team, Blacklist International has had a phenomenal growth throughout the entire year here. But their challenge awaits as the Malaysia teams, Homeboys, Blackstreet Esports, and Alpha Gaming, they are not to be joked with. But let's welcome and check our team lineup for Team Malaysia and Team Philippines.
So for our first game, it's gonna be WeTrend versus Homeboys Blackstreet Esports. So this is gonna be a tall order for our friends or for our players from WeTrend. So I gotta say, for Philippines, they've shown resilience all throughout KNC, and there's a huge progress already from players of WeTrend. There were a lot of changes in terms of how they drafted from the knockout stage, even during the semifinals. So I think at this point, they had plenty of time, they had sufficient time to plan out their strategy for the grand finals.
It is a very interesting journey coming in from Homeboys x Blackstreet Esports, whereby they started the year not so consistent in spring, going into KWC, not the best run, but when fall season came in, that's where they start to flourish. They got that fall season MKL champion, and then they beat out Nova 4-0 right now, coming to KNC. They are a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, looking at these two teams, WeTrend is gonna prepare something special to face the MKL champions. And today, I think, is the day for that special plan.
And here's the thing, I was kind of thinking for Team Philippines, whether or not they are gonna play with WeTrend on the first 2 games. Again, may I remind everyone, this is a very different grand finals because this is a clash between nations, okay? So you have 2 teams playing as Philippines, and you also have 2 teams playing as Malaysia. So there's gonna be a juggle or a strategizing whether or not the team will play 2 games consecutively, or they will do like the alternate sequencing of that.
Going back to your point, Chantel, this falls back to the format of our tournament, whereby a team in the grand finals can only play up to 4 games and not 2 games consecutively only here. So that is a very interesting format that makes you have to strategize. Who do you play first? Who do you plan around? And what kind of draft do you prioritize for both of these 2 teams?
Yep. And this is where you will consider also the hero composition. If I'm not mistaken, we had a talk last night with some of the coaches from our friends at Indonesia, and they said that it's a very complicated situation, but you also have to consider the strengths of the other team.
True, this is gonna be super interesting looking at the lineup of the first game until game 7. So this is gonna be a relay format. For people who is new to this relay format, Blacklist and WeTrend and also HBSE with Alpha Gaming, they're gonna switch up and switch on each game. So we will see who will be going to fight for their nation.
And speaking of the drafts, let's also consider that aside from strategizing who's gonna play game number 1 and game number 2, the GPBP will follow through or transcend onto the next games. So we've mentioned about considering the strengths of the other team. Now for WeTrend, the struggle here, or one thing that they should consider, is that which hero will they use for Arise? Which hero will they use for the rest of the players? Same goes with HBSE. But I think for our Malaysian teams, they have huge hero.
That is the bread and butter coming in for our Malaysian homegrown teams here. They are very strong due to the experience and gameplay. That is why MKL is one of the stronger regions in the global scene. But we have seen from time and time again how PKL from the Philippines is able to challenge this force. So right now, we are getting into game number 1. Drafting for the side of HBSC is on the blue side. For WeTrend, coming in from PKL, they will be on that red side.
Wow, picking that Luna, such a confident pick for Mustang King, and looking at the long in the hands of HBSE, they already have the counter for that Luna, so WeTrend, they need a stopper.
Yeah, definitely a stopper. Probably one that could give them crowd control. So I really love that for Retren they prioritize on having that heroes that can build momentum all throughout the game. You have the sustain. Actually, this is a good combo already. You have the Dolan, even U1. We've mentioned about sustain, so definitely on that department, it will be on Retren's side. Now for HBSC, they're leaning towards on that hero composition that has great mixture of crowd control, has high damage and possible snowball on the Luna, and as well as this Ao Yin.
You can see they are putting a lot of focus against Aaron as well towards that mid lane, whereby he made that comeback potential for the side of WeTrend available when they went against IKL. Look at the Ganemo respect ban in this first game.
Yeah, definitely, because it was a splendid performance yesterday on Aaron's Ganemo. Very hard to find, very hard to catch. So with this drafting alone for HBSE, it's more in the respect, but we will see a sure ban for WeTrend. So they don't want those heroes that could potentially give crowd control and at the same time damage in between, because if I'm not mistaken, for HBSE, they have to sure get that Splendor as first item, sometimes the Venomous Staff, so definitely a utility function for them.
Yep, this is going to be a good draft from WeTrend. WeTrend, they need a jungle. Yang Chen could very be fitting for this draft with that combo. Dolia, Yuhuan, the trapping and reset combo is going to be a difficult combination to be facing by HBSE. And HBSE, they have the Guan Yu for that frontal attack. They need another front line. Their roamer is still open. Zhang Fei maybe, or Lianpo is also a good choice for HBSE.
Yeah, Lianpo, Zhang Fei definitely for HBSE. Again, it's all about taking control. And one thing that we can say for both teams, they play well around their junglers. So as much as possible, their key to victory, this is applicable for both teams, is to give pressure on these junglers. And you're able to do that as long as there is a hero that is on the front run or is the front runner for the team. So with this alone, HBSE, they could go for a hero that could potentially give or slow up the tempo. Could be a Zia, could be a Nua, any other hero that could give them that edge.
You will definitely need to give more of these farms into the hands of Musang King here. We've seen how this Luna thrive on farm. If you lose out the farm on this carry jungle pick, you will be having a much more slower pace compared to the normal jungle that we talk about here. But let's take a look at the final few moments here, because HBSC, clock is ticking. They're trying to complete the draft on the final 2 picks on this blue side.
Yep, this is a good comp for Zhang Fei Yixing for HBSE, but Lianpo Frost, that is an interesting combo. That trapping and CC combo is good to face a big and tanky jungle such as Yang Chen. But WeTrend, they need a jungle.
Yeah, I really like the hero composition of HBSC with this last 2 picks because it makes perfect sense. You have 2 heroes that could give that crowd control, and at the same time, you have a mid laner that also has a crowd control, but at the same time, could focus on specific heroes. So it is HBSE prioritizing heroes that could give that control over the team fights, but for WeTrend, you have the Flowborn Marksman, which is good at the late game. It's considered to be a scaling hero, and the Ogran on the sustain. Ogran Dolia, Ogran Q1 is definitely a good combo.
Okay, the Ogran is such a classic combo to go against a Luna. Looking back at yesterday's tournament, they used this kind of meta before. They used that Ogran damage, and we are gonna see the fight between nation Philippines versus Malaysia!
The crowd is soaring as we are getting ready between Homeboys Blackstream Esports coming in from Malaysia and WeTrend Esports coming in from the Philippines. Game is ready. Drafts are set. Let's welcome game number 1 as we start this best of 7.
This is definitely an ultimate clash between 2 powerhouse C regions. A lot of storylines all throughout KNC, and we can see right now for HBSE, they're prioritizing on delaying a rise on the jungle pattern. So we've mentioned about somehow giving that space on your junglers, but still Arise has that space.
But you see a very fast counter here coming in for that HBSC. They plan it well, counter Arise, make sure that even though he steals away this Azure Golem, Musang King still has somewhere to collect that buff. Guiyu here, pathing slowly, looking for a zone, looking for the steal. Does not get it, goes over Arise.
Wow, this is what we like to see, the aggressive gameplay of the Philippines. And they keep on making the pressure for Malaysia. Right now, 3-man rotation from HBSE is gonna shadow the farm lane. But HBSE did such a good job to counter that push.
In all honesty, just by looking at the hero composition for both, I'm expecting that this is going to be more on the slow burn because as much as possible, you want to get the resources available for your damage leaders. Now, for HBSE, what's effective is that as much as possible, they give that information on their teammates that there are players on the other sides of the map.
Ooh, but the first blood connects. Musang King did such a great job. The executioner for HBSE, but Syndicate 1v1 with Guyi, and Guyi needs to fall back because right now his ultimate is not in his kit.
You can see the absolute timing here coming in from both Sir and Musang King, getting that first blood already for the fans of Malaysia. That is a good start coming in for the MKL champion.
And it's very detrimental because as much as possible, you need this U1 to be at level 4 before this objective. There will be a lot of folks at the middle lane for the side of WeTrend.
Arise, it's gonna be frozen, and look at that, Winter is here. Arise, they need to fall back because right now there is the shadowing the team fight with that Farmer Smash, but they're just gonna disengage, but the home gets taken down, and right now there's Musang King proving that he's the king, exploiting weakness, connects to the backline, but right now he's gonna juke it out. Syndicate still survives.
The king is on the course, 1-for-1 in the exchange. Zihong sacrificing himself to get a kill for Musang King again on that Luna.
That's going to be a very crucial one for HBSE because again, it is Musang King. And we know the capacity of Musang King on the Luna all throughout KNC. But still, for WeTrend, they're still finding that space, finding the perfect timing to potentially counter this threat coming in from HBSE. Now HBSE is on the lead, 1,000 gold against WeTrend, and this is kind of huge for a 3-minute game. As much as possible for WeTrend, you want to limit that. Another
But they're gonna fight again, and look at that frigid prison connects. Arise, it's gonna be taken down. Musang King bearing the pride and nation for Malaysia, and he takes another one, double kill from the Malaysian.
4 kills for HBSC, 4 on the hands of Musang King. No one is there to stop the best jungler for the side of MKL.
I mean, it's gonna be hard for WeTrend to stop Musang King with his 4 kills. As much as possible, this is a moment we're in. They will give space or priority on Dolphin to scale up onto this game. Again, you need damage per second, but there is a huge potential for a kill for HBSE because they're now prioritizing the farm lane.
You can see Zihong putting so much pressure against the Rise, against Dolphin. All those frigid prisons are hitting so hard, but Tyrant has been started.
Yep, they're gonna fight again, and look at that, Winter's here. Smite from Rise, such a good smite from the WeTrend. But right now, Zay is getting fished down. Zay gets taken down. The king is here. Musang King. They're gonna fight. But WeTrend is gonna go on the offensive. The home gets taken down. Guyu, the miracle boy, makes another miracle for HBSE, but he's down. Philippines fighting and going stronger than ever.
PKL fight back. They get multiple kills, 3 in the favor. They are back at it. They are not going down without a fight, Chantel.
Definitely back at it because they were able to destroy a turret at the bottom lane. And now for HBSE, I mean, in terms of a longer team fights, it's as if WeTrend is winning that lane. So Musang King in front of 3 players, but still Arise is able to secure that red buff. Now going back to the storyline of this both teams, we have to focus on Syndicate. Syndicate is also on fire with 101 KDA on the Mayin. Now for Guyu, we saw the potential, yes, on the threat with the Guanyu. It's just that he has to limit that overextension every time there is an initiation.
It is down to the final few moments that we talk about, right? We think about the late game. Guyu will come in with those Razor Cavalry. Syndicate will jump in towards the backline to get these big kills. It is always about the Clash Laners making the miracle plays here this time. It is between HBSC's Clash Lane and WeTrend's Clash Lane.
Yup. They're gonna still pressure out, and look at Maze far from the teams. Guyu's gonna dance, and the Mustang King's gonna fight back. New Moon connects to Maze, and Maze gets taken down.
Unstoppable already coming in for the side of Homeboys Black True Esports Jungle. You can see how much pressure, how much priority is given to this Luna.
By the way, the Luna is currently at 501. You mentioned earlier that there's no stopping for this Luna, currently at 5.9k in terms of gold. It's gonna be hard, plus the cap control of the bottom lane.
Hong is getting targeted until Hong gets taken down.
Syndicate
flash on BB, but look at what a zoning out. Aaron is unable to join the fight, and the King just takes in, bashing with glory, Mustang King.
Another 2 kills for the side of Homeboys Black True Esports. Razor Cavalry landing onto Arise. Arise wanting to run away, getting pushed in. He is going into the base of Homeboys.
Against four.
Arise 1v3 right here with that passive fastness. Look at that. Guyu is stalking him back, and there is no escape for Arise. He's gonna fall back, and look at that. Using the dead body of Arise, Mustang King is leaping to that front line.
There is just no stopping Mustang King on this Luna. He is absolutely crazy with it. Every single member is going in.
Ooh, he's gonna get that freeze. Syndicate gonna target that Mustang King, and Mustang King is taken down. Mustang King is out of the map, and now WeTrend is gonna fight. Look at Syndicate getting that triple kill. Darwin making a historic comeback for HBSE.
This is now the clapback we're talking about WeTrend. And now there's a lot of pressure against a VP. Will he be able to sustain this? A lot of free hits coming in. He's able to survive, but here comes a rise, and there is going to be an invade on WeTrend's side.
WeTrend are not backing down. They never back down. Triple kill for Darwin, 401 on that full-blown marksman. Things are looking to be super heated up for this game 1. This is just only game 1 at the Quill City Mall.
At this point, aside from the players needing a breather, I think everyone also needs a breather, but there's no breathing on this game. There's a juggle at the economy in terms of the items because of that 601 on this Luna. You have 7.4k on Mustang King's hands. And if you look at the items also, there's a huge difference. But anyway, we can see WeTrend taking and securing this side of the game. There was no contest for HBSE, and they are pushing forward.
Wow, WeTrend knows no fear. They're gonna make HBSE fall back, even though they have that Tyrant buff. But HBSE wants to kite this game. They want to take the long run.
Very good stuff so far. We are seeing a 50-50 between WeTrend Esports and Homeboys Black True Esports here. A bit of a damage going on towards Syndicate, but still, so much pressure coming from Aaron.
What flash! Aaron catches the Hong, and look at that fastness. Connects. The Hong gets taken down. They doesn't want that to happen. Gui coming in a little bit late, but look at that knockback. Amazing wombo combo.
But still, it's a big win so far. They get 2 members for the side of Homeboys Black True Esports. WeTrend is just getting advantages after advantages here, Chantel.
Definitely a great lead for WeTrend onto this game. I mean, they've able to take down this mid-lane turret. They have the opportunity to get another blue buff against Mustang King.
Wow.
Just look at the position of Syndicate on this jungle.
Wow, he's gonna dance again, but right now, look at that arrow storm storming into the HBSE. And right now, WeTrend is getting that breather.
Good thing for HBSE, the minion wave at the top lane is flowing. So there's a breather still for the team. Now WeTrend, they need to continue this one out. I mean, this is the grand finals. If you just look at the golden lead, it's just juggling in between. We could say that this is an even ball game.
I am feeling the Filipino spirit coming in for the side of WeTrend Esports. They are doing whatever they can to make this game an equal footing. Mustang King going in for a bit of poke.
Mustang King's gonna dance again. Mice is gonna fall back, and look at that Trevor smash. Still connects to the back line, but no.
Darwin!
Still survive. But look at Arise, connects to the front line, and Guyi gets taken down. HBSE needs to fall back now.
But still, all the fights are in favor of WeTrend Esports. Guiyu still already falling. That allows WeTrend to put focus on this Shadow Tyrant Philippines PKL. They are on top
It was a great juggle coming in from WeTrend. For HBSC side, they wanted to target Darfin, but because of the players of WeTrend were available at that moment, it was a counterplay for WeTrend. Hence, them securing the objective and at the same time having this goal lead on this game number 1. We have to commend the position of Aaron, by the way, on the usage of the ult. And look at Arise just being up front, the great Ogren player that he is.
Look at that. One high ground tower is down. HBSE is losing the grip on this game. WeTrend Esports climbing the mountain, slowly but surely taking down the king of Malaysia.
They are pacing themselves super duper well coming into this game. As we see, Musang King going in for a 1v1 against Syndicate.
Oh no!
Has to back away, but the members are coming in.
Oh, but look at that backup. Arise is coming to make WeTrend rise. And Musang King dances flawlessly, but look at that Aaron cashing in. There's no jungle for BSE. They have to defend. They have to defend because now the pressure is on. The high ground is open.
The players are forced to back away. You have the Aokin moving back to the base, but WeTrend is here, knocking out doors of HBSE.
20 seconds timer for Sana Musang King here as so is going for the game.
But Aaron is taken down. Guyi with that flank, but Guyi is going to be trapped too. The Winter is here was amazing from the Hong. HBSE managed to pull that one out of the bag.
The map is in favor for the side of WeTrend Esports. Bottom, top inhibitor already secured for the PKL fan favorites right now. With the secure on this Shadow Overlord, they are looking to be in a much more control, looking for that final tier 3 in HBSE's base.
And definitely for HBSE, the strength that they have on this game is again the minion wave flowing on all sides of the lane. But if we look at the hero composition in terms of the range, it's pretty much the same for both. It's just that for WeTrend, it's more of a high risk, high reward in terms of the initiation. When someone dives in, there is that layer of control, which is very effective since we started 6 minutes of this game.
Yep, the Shadow Vanguard is popped. They're gonna show with that 3-lane push. HBSE needs to get that one. They need a moment. Guyu gets opened, and right now with the 1-4 formation, WeTrend is gonna push.
The minions are marching in. Musang King has showed himself towards the backside of the map here, as we can see. So, being the first target here, Arise, wanting to find a bit of an engage on this roamer.
Oh, look at the conductor of Soul Arise, and the unending sorrow. They're gonna fight, and look at Darwin. BB got to defend, but right now they're not doing it. Musang King gets taken down. WeTrend is trying to take down a champion here. Look at that VV, trades the kill, but Rampage for Arise. This is a 3v3.
2 members, both sides down. 3v3 being set up right now. No man and dealers coming in for the side of HBSC. We're looking at Baron base. Dragons, Overlords are marching into the crystal here. What can HBSC do?
For HBSC, as much as possible, all those skills should land, but a lot of pressure coming in from WeTrend. You have Shea up front against 3 players of WeTrend, pushing them away and defending their base.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna defend. And right now, Arises takes that damage, and Guyu gets trapped. Guyu jukes it out. Syndicate still survives. The Malaysian is still going strong.
Base is still up and available thanks to the fact that Guiyu and Sihong manages to put it to a stop. But look at the advantage here. No towers, no tyrant, no objectives for HBSC. What can they do?
For HBSC, as much as possible, they need to land those kills against WeTrend. It was a nice defense for them, but they have to consider that they don't have high ground towers anymore. Now for WeTrend, they have a lot of opportunities to go for an engage, and as much as possible, you want to see that play again from the back, that flank from Guyu. So it was effective on that defense. Probably that's the same story for the next part.
And Guiyu looking for an opening here. He's hidden away from the map. He has found Darfin on towards the backside here, but he has been spotted out. All members for the side of WeTrend Esports, they are looking to hunt this horse. They do not want Guiyu anywhere near that backline.
Oh no, the Filipinos. They're gonna hunt Huguyu down, and he needs to run because look, Syndicate is gonna find him 1v1 with the Clasher, and right now Arise is gonna cut him down.
Oh no!
They need a miracle, and Sir is here. Syndicate needs to back down. WeTrend needs that Shadow Overlord.
Positioning-wise, it is looking much in favor of WeTrend. Guiyu has no spells. Guiyu has no items. He won't be that efficient in this team fight. Everything is leading for the side of WeTrend Esports. They need to be confident. They need to take it slow.
Definitely, I don't think that for HBSE, they will try to contest this one out as much as possible. They want to group up. They need to regroup because for WeTrend, they're looking very strong in terms of team fight initiation.
Wow.
I mean, that has been the strength of WeTrend all throughout this game.
Look at this. WeTrend going in with bravery in their blood, perishing the champion. May I underline the word champion of Malaysia. The Overworld Vanguard is moving in closely towards the end of HBSE.
Minions are marching. The trigger will be pulled in just a short moment here. WeTrend playing very safely, but still goes in.
But still connects to the backline. Guiyu tries to beat the run. Look at VV. Gets that flank. Takes down Zehong right now. Right, but Guiyu becoming the answer for HBSE, the FMVP. But look at that VV gets taken down. What a flash. Double kill. But that's not enough because look, the Overlord Vanguard is coming and the end is near.
2-for-2 trade, but we have another item for Musang King. So this is another stretch game. Okay, 17 minutes onto this game. If we look at the items, it's almost complete. We're almost close to that game equilibrium wherein the positioning will matter, the timings will matter, and right now for WeTrend, if this game stretches more, they will have a hard time in closing this game number 1.
HBSC, no, their Baron base will put them a lot of pressure when we go into that Tempest Dragon at 20-minute mark. But take a breather. Both of these two teams, they want to play it slow. They want to play it flawlessly. One bad team fight might just spell doom coming in for any of these teams. Syndicate being spotted by the side of Zerg. He does back off. We will be seeing a bit of a tussle on this Shadow Tyrant at the bottom river.
Wow.
We also have to take note, by the way, that for Aaron, he already has the Splendor on this game. So it's information that HBSE should follow. Now, HBSE, they already have the items. You have Jihong on the Princess Frost. You want to land those skills as early as possible and get that crowd control going against WeTrend. It's the only force that they have, aside from those crowd controls against Guiyu. And it feels like for HBSE, what's effective is that whenever there is a play from the back, so as long as there is an information to whoever the player is at the back on the side of WeTrend, then they can go for an initiation.
This is a 4v5 in favor of HBSC. They secure the tyrant and they're going for it.
Oh, they're gonna fight back, and look at that! Tremor smash from Sir, connects to the backline, and look at Guiyu dances around flawlessly on the backline of WeTrend. They are gonna get that comeback. This is their nation, and they want the win so bad.
2 members down for WeTrend Esports. This is the moment coming in for HBSC. They are looking, they are hungry, they want to close this comeback from the side of WeTrend. They are strategically planning, but waves, the pressure are going in on that bot side.
And because of that, there is a swing in terms of gold gain. It's now 7,500 for the side of HBSE. 8 seconds before Aaron and even Maze is going to be alive. This might be the final push!
Look at that flash! An amazing initiation, but Syndicate managed to pull one out. Shut down from the home. The comeback is going to be real. Look at Aaron holding out 3 people. Musang King dances, but no one is going to kill him now. Musang King being the hero, bearing the pride and nation for Malaysia.
Syndicate is to fall as well. 3 members down for the side of WeTrend Esports. Minions are marching. Dark, Finn, and Maze. What can you do? There's nothing you can do as the Kings. One back, they take game number 1.
Oh my God! The host of the Nation Clash managed to pull one out, and they got 1 point.
This is where the late decision making comes in. I mean, for our team, for the IKL team, it was them about taking control on that game. They just needed one team fight, they just needed one initiation, and then after that, they punished the positioning of WeTrend. It was revealed around 14 minutes of the game that for WeTrend, they tend to slack off for every pressure that they give. It's like you squeeze them in, and then there's a breather, and there's this opening for the Malaysian team. Something like a very animated explanation, but that was the story of that game number 1.
My heart is still pounding after that game number 1.
Wow.
WeTrend Esports put up such a good showing, but in those final few moments, it was HBSC finding that team fight. So with that Lian Po was just so darn crucial with Guan Yu on that Guan Yu.
Yep, that Guan Yu and Lian Po combo was filthy from the Malaysian side. Look at how they managed to get that win with so much effort. But VV and Musang King, it's still the star of the show here.
Yeah, definitely for did a play job or crucial part on that win for HBSE. I mean, those flanks, those visions for HBSE or for him was so effective to a point that for WeTrend, it was the other way around. All along we thought it was WeTrend having the control, but because of the position that he had, it's as if WeTrend didn't have that information given the map control.
And all those team fights was actually very well daring coming in from WeTrend Esports. It was so aggressive coming in from Aaron, coming in from Syndicate, with proper positioning coming in from Darfin. But when you go to the late game, those final few moments, if you do falter, that's where your experience comes in. And HBSE, they make it work.
Wow, I love the initiation, the team fight from Zi and Zohong. The combo was super duper dangerous for WeTrend, and the crowd control that they have managed to pull out on that late game brings out so much on that draft by HBSE.
And looking at the damage though for majority of the players of HBSE, we could definitely say that they are playing as a unit on that final moments of the game. They almost shared the pace, but take note of VV, 158k damage against the players of WeTrend, and this is the story of that game. For most cases, it was HBSE. Actually, there was a juggle in terms of control around the game, but came the last moments of the game, it was just our MKL team winning the skirmishes. They just needed that turning point, and they punished everything that is to be punished against WeTrend.
It was a super duper close game, and it was always shaking between MKL's HBSC and PKL's WeTrend Esports. No one knew until the very last moment who would come out on top. It was really down to those final few team fights, but props to WeTrend. No one would have thought of their performance today in this game number 1.
Because again, WeTrend is a fan favorite coming to KNC, and they're up against the champions of MKL, and for them to be able to
against WeTrend.
You can see the early game, it was very in favor coming in for the side of HBSC. And all the team fights was showing like, hey, HBSC, you're the Supreme Kings, and you were doing super duper well. But later on, when we go into the mid game, that's where WeTrend, they start to perform.
Yeah, definitely for WeTrend, taking control on majority of the areas of the map and somehow finding Musang King all throughout. It was a very decent performance for them because, may I remind you, while watching the highlights, it was MKL winning that moment. I mean, early game having Musang King on that 6-0-1, but then it came to a point around 6 minutes of the game wherein for WeTrend, they had the counter strategy, they had that counter plays, which was very effective. Around 12 minutes, we've mentioned that for WeTrend, if they're not able to seal the game, then they will have a hard time.
I love it. I love the spirit of WeTrend on this match. It's as if they're playing not only as WeTrend, but they're playing as Philippines. They're shouting out their Filipino pride. Every team fight, every initiation, they does it with so much effort and so much fight in them. It proves that WeTrend is not a team that we need to look down on.
Of course, it was both nations showing remarkable consistency all throughout the game, and it all boils down to that late decision making. And for the side of HBSE, it's just them winning that department.
And that was just game number 1 of this best of 7 series here. WeTrend was expected to lose against HBSC, but not in this fashion, because this was crazy performance from the Filipino fan favorites here. But next series, we have Alpha Gaming going up against Blacklist International.
Wow,
Yeah,
this is gonna be
right.
interesting because that's the champion.
It's the same, it's the same,
It's the
yeah.
champion for your region, and we're gonna see how they're gonna go against Alpha Gaming.
Now that I'm thinking about it, Weekend played really well against the MKL champions. Now you have Alter Ego facing against the champions of PKL. What if Alter Ego plays the same way as Weekend, but then again, the GBP will transcend onto the next game? Definitely the heroes that were used game number 1 won't be used by Blacklist anymore, and it is about the unity, the unison of these regions that will matter, because as much as possible you should have strategized whether or not to pick this hero, or are we getting this which is good for him and that, something like that.
It's a tag team race that we talk about in this format. You are not just having one team going up against one team. You are having region versus region, which is PKL going against MKL. Every single pick that they have drafted, it will go into that BO7, affecting themselves throughout the entire series here.
Yep.
By the way, that game was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
for me.
I know. You were silent on like the last minutes of the match, and I know how excited you were when Weekend was pulling off such a great game. They need their closing momentum, and I think on this match, Blacklist has a great chance to go against Alpha Gaming.
And that's a beauty actually all throughout KNC, because they've shown, or these teams have shown, that regardless of the lead the other team has, as long as you have the control late game, then things could go either way. Maybe you winning that game, maybe you losing that game. But with game number 2, hopes are really high, of course, for the Filipinos watching. But definitely because of the performance of Weekend, Alpha Gaming could definitely have that same performance.
And you talk about Filipinos being excited, right? Because what did we see so far? Blacklist International has had phenomenal performance out of the last few days against Bigatron, taking games against HBSC. That's why, if you're a Filipino, you're a PKL fan, you won't be confident because Blacklist is so on form.
Yep, and for Blacklist International, again, they won against HBSE on our JO number 1. So that's already a statement, and more statement from our PKL teams after that performance for Weekend. Now we come to game number 2. We've mentioned about the GBP. We have power picks already, but one thing's for sure, for the side of Alter Ego, for APG. For the side of APG, at least they have that opportunity to get a better mid lane.
Alpha Gaming and also Blacklist International, they will take over that BO7 that we talk about. So you will definitely have to be thinking like, hey, game 1, you burned a lot of picks here. So the coaching staff between these two teams have to be talking about it. They have to discuss about it to see how do we plan for the long con, because it's never a race, it's a marathon that we talk about.
Yep, Blacklist, they have their aggressive gameplay. And Alpha Gaming, speaking of teams in MKL, they are one of the most aggressive teams on the offensive side of MKL.
That's exactly true. Alpha Gaming, they play towards two things: JD's late game consistency and Yulong's early game prowess here. That's what makes them so good. But with the recent showing of Blacklist International, they play as one.
Yeah, that's true. They're playing as the same unit, same with how Weekend played on game number 1. Now, what's good about our Malaysian teams is that they have this control early game. So as long as for our PKL teams, as long as for Blacklist International, they're able to give that pressure on the jungler, then this might be that first win that they need to bounce back on that momentum that MKL had. So again, for the viewers, this is two nations fighting as one with two teams representing them.
I think looking at Alpha Gaming, they only need one thing to win. They need a tempo. If they have that tempo, if they have that rotation, their confidence will soar up and they could win against Blacklist. And same goes to Blacklist. They need a good early game, a strong mid game, and the most important thing of all, they need to close out the game with a perfect finish. No mistakes, no rush. Take Blacklist's time. If not, Alpha Gaming could have a great chance to end this game.
And aside from them having a race on closing the game, it's also a race of closing the series. Because the longer it gets more complicated with the heroes and such. Who's gonna play the game 7 for both the teams? So as much as possible, you want to build that momentum, and that momentum will start with our draft.
The draft does start between Blacklist International coming in from the Philippines on towards the blue side with Alpha Gaming, the Malaysia fan favorites towards the red side as we get it going for this game number 2.
Yep, we're gonna see Blacklist closing out on the Tolia, and Alpha Gaming closing in on the Yushi's Luna, one of the most dangerous prowess of Blacklist International.
I won't be surprised if for APG they will focus on the Just Cheese heroes all throughout this match, because for Blacklist International, even though they've adjusted their playstyle, they're still revolving around their jungle. So Dharma is open, by the way. It could be a Chami 1 hero. This could be a Chami 1 game again with the PKL Finals MVP. We still have a lot of heroes open for this one, so it depends on Coach TG and Coach Exazeng.
It will go a long way here, but the priority that you talk about, Chami 1 has locked in that Dharma here. He is the one and only FMVP coming in from PKL Fall. We will be seeing whether he can set up that performance that he did in the last few days.
Yep, we're gonna see, look at that Dharma. A strong pick for Blacklist, and Blacklist is known for their initiation, their prolonged team fight, and their aggression. Alpha Gaming, they need something to close out on this, but the Mai and Renji combo is such a dangerous and aggressive style for Alpha Gaming.
Definitely a spicy answer coming in for APG, a mixture of both high DPS early game. You also have the crowd control on the Mai. I won't be surprised for Blacklist International if they get the Yixing, something like that, or probably an Agudo just to face this Mai as early as possible and have this control on the laning phase. So it's gonna be Pei. I forgot about the Pei, but it's one of the signature heroes of Just G, and you have the channel and fast answer. They've been waiting for this. You have the Jing on their side.
This is an assassin matchup that we have between Blacklist Just G against none other than APG's Yulong here. This will be very spicy going into that early to mid game here, because take a look at the setup here. You have Pei and Dharma, very quick. You have Mai Shunui and also the Jing, very bombastic as well. So you're fighting for control across the gorge.
Yep, it's such a dangerous combo from Alpha Gaming. The backlines of Blacklist, they need to be careful because the initiation, the aggression, Alpha Gaming has it all. And we know from the draft and from the players, Yulong is one of the best players of the assassin role in MKL.
Yeah, you need someone or a specific hero that could potentially stop this Jing as early as possible. And this is a great ban for APG. The idea won't be able for this game. So in terms of the laning early game, on the farm lane, definitely for this one, for APG, they will have an edge depending on the laning of Golden Kite.
Laning and Golden Kite will be very important because you're essentially picking up a very strong laner here known as the channel against the DRNGS. So they are a 50-50 of a matchup. We need to see how both teams set up for their marksman. It will be very important going into that 4th minute mark, whereby towers will start being extra squishy.
Yep, this draft is an amazing draft from Alpha Gaming, such as Blacklist. But Alpha Gaming, if they want to go on that assassin route, they could pick out a Liu Bang. It's a combo for the Jing Liu Bang and my Liu Bang combo is good for reaching front to back. But Wu-Te is gonna be good because right now we could see the combo. They would shoot out the Cannon Blast and they would initiate with the Mai and the Jing.
It was a good takeaway as well coming in for the side of Blacklist Chaz. We saw how well he played it when they were playing against Blacklist International against Pikachu by Vitality. So good pick away coming in from APG. They respect the good plays that Chaz made in that series.
Yeah, good point. We were talking yesterday that for Chaz's Cannon Blast, it was so on point during that final game against Indonesia. So this is more of a counterplay for APG. We've mentioned about Yixing. I think for the most cases, I mean, during our Day 2, it was Blacklist International having the combo of Dharma and Yixing up their sleeves. So they are definitely working around their strengths.
The Wombo combo coming in for the side. Star Armor, Lianpo, Yixing. It is bounce house for days. If Blacklist International gets one going, they can get more and more in those team fights. But APG locking a very strong Byron in towards that clash lane. The laning phase for APG is where they get it going.
Definitely in terms of the laning phase, it's going to be a crucial one between the Byron and Dharma. A lot of differences in terms of the skill set. We could probably say that for Byron, it's really more about sustaining and being the front runner. But for the Dharma, it's the opportunity for them to have that secure kill prior team fight.
Yep, we are going to see the fight of the nation. in Game 2. Blacklist representing the Philippines against Alpha Gaming representing Malaysia.
Without further ado, Quill City Mall, Honor of Kings fans, let's get into game number 2.
In terms of the hero composition, again, this is an assassin versus assassin. So the only way for both teams to actually win this early game is to have control over the river. So for APG, that is what they're doing. Now for Blacklist International, it's the same thing. You have Dragon and even Chaz blocking the areas as to where APG might probably go.
Wow, such a strong start from Alpha Gaming. They've zoned out Tammy 1 and look at
Wow,
that.
Tammy 1.
They're gonna pressure on the FMVP. Getting first blood. Tammy 1 is gone. Dragon is on the plate for Alpha Gaming, but look at how he jukes it out. Shishan, they needs to fall back.
Shisan, our young prodigy on that Maestro Nui, he found Chammy 1. This is coming in for Xiang's superior laning phase that we talked about during that pick and ban.
I mean, for APG, they're taking their notes. They know that for Chammy 1, he is a bit aggressive early game, so there's a potential for him to go over the river as to why there was a kill against him. So a lot of pressure coming in at the clash lane. Even the rotation from Shizan will go there. So fast reaction also for Blacklist International. Good thing for them. There is continuous jungling for Just Chi. This is the pay of Just Chi. Probably the damage will be there.
But look at that, Dragon is on the plane. Dragon gets taken out, but how? Chammy 1 still dances out with Yulong. They want more. And Chammy 1, he needs to fall back.
It's the suicide show we're talking about, back-to-back plays coming in from the Maestro Nui. He's putting APG on the board in this game number 2.
And this is a typical Maestro Nui play that you want early game. Because of the crowd control, because of the prowess against Blacklist International. For Blacklist International, as much as possible, they want to have someone to stop Shizan, which is Chaz is doing for this one. Now, if we look at the farm laners, good thing for both, they have their support, and at the same time, for APG, they're currently at the lead. They need to sustain this one out up until 4 minutes of the game.
Wow, the Shishan show with the combo with Yulong is such a dangerous play for Blacklist International. And right now, look, the map control is holding on purely on Alpha Gaming.
1,000 goalie in favor, but Xiang gets pushed in. He still has the flash, manages to escape towards safety here. Dragon still not level 4, does not have access towards the board.
I mean, it's hard for you to first a buy run early game. Now for Blacklist International, it's gonna be hard for them knowing that Yulong already has those items. But here's the thing, you have 2,300, so still Justy is on the lead on the farming department. But again, for APG, Yulong will have the best time of his life later on because there's a crowd control.
Look at that, Chammy 1 dodges out, but Yulong opens that mirror domain. But just a disengage, just a bait. But right now, Joshi is eyeing on Yulong. He's gonna dance with that jungler, but Siak is gonna be trapped in the middle. Blacklist with that sneaky play, but JD still wants more. Look at that golden kite, jukes it out. Alpha Gaming, they need to fall back.
And here's the thing now, for APG, they also have those trades. They saw that there was a kill for Blacklist International. Top lane!
Wow, Chammy 1, the FMVP, bearing the nation in his heart against Yulong. The pressure out, and look at that! The combo, the Shushan Yulong is such a dangerous combo.
It's a destructive combo as Shisan 2-0-1. 100% kill participation on this Maestro Nui. He is everywhere for APG in this early game.
Fast reaction again coming in from APG. Now they have the lead, 1,400 for Blacklist International. They can object or they can get to this other objective against the side of APG. Now you have the position for APG. You have Chaz on the vision. Even for Dragon waiting for that moment, he has the board. But I don't think they will be complete before APG secures this one.
It's a big pickup here coming in for side of Blacklist International. They
Wow, look at that board, but this
Oh, wow!
The triple from Sishan knocks back one, and Golden Kite gets taken down. The pressure is on for the Philippines.
He is so clean on that Maestro Nui. He's just setting up every single play, and let's check out the replay here. Shisan Face checking into Dragon. Gets a 3-man Rue Engine into a 3-man ultimate. Such a clean display coming in from the APG mid lane.
It would have been a different story if the board actually hit the Shizan at that time. So there's going to be a knock-up, and because of that, APG again destroys another tower against Blacklist International. Blacklist International, they're a bit struggling on their camps. So they are being pushed back. And if we look at the hero composition of Blacklist International, it's very evident that positioning should be considered. So there were moments wherein Dragon's waiting for that perfect moment, but because of the mobility that APG has, they're having a hard time. Now for Chaz and the rest, they need to focus on finding Yulong and stop this jungler of APG.
Wow, the pressure is on. Tammy1 pushing back Alpha Gaming. But right now, they won't be back down really easily because look at that, JD pushing one tower again, but Yulong jukes it in, and right now, he's gonna be fall down. Joshi is gone. Tammy1 is deleted. Alpha Gaming, they're showing who is the Alpha. What a flash, what a play from Fial. They're not gonna back down. Chaz and Dragon needs to go back.
APG is so blood hungry. From the red buff all the way to their high ground, they are relentless and they are not going down without even more kills.
What's with their fan favorite teams? I mean, earlier it was WeTrend against the champion of MKL. Now we have APG against the champion of PKL. They are at the lead of 4,000 at this, but still the goal is still the same for our junglers, right? But the thing is that in terms of the Mai and even Yixing for Dragon and even Shizan, there's a huge lead, and Shizan is just all over the place against Blacklist International.
Talking about leads, 7 minutes barely. Already a high ground in favor for the side of Alpha Gaming. Malaysian fans will be super duper happy, but it is never the end of the game until the crystal falls. We've seen how Blacklist play against those timers where they come back from impossible games. This is still one of the games that they can make their mark.
This is where emotional stability will kick in. Definitely for Blacklist International, they don't want that pressure to affect their decision making. Now for APG, as long as they keep on pressuring majority of the lanes, they can get another kill, because in terms of the items, even for JD, he's currently at 102 at this Renji.
Yup, they're gonna pressure the champions. They're gonna pressure out Blacklist, and look at that Yulong holding out so much of the map. Blacklist needs to find something, a moment from Chaz. It's gonna make a miracle for Blacklist.
A miracle is what they exactly need if they want to push this 5,000 gold lead back into their favor. We've seen how Chaz and Dragon Chammy, this trio will be the anchor that Blacklist International needs to find if they want to be able to push this game to an even.
Reminding everyone that APG is the third placers for MKL, aside them being the fan favorites facing the PKL champions. Okay, for Blacklist International, they were able to defend that threat coming in from APG. 16 seconds before the Tyrant will be available onto this, but definitely in terms of map control, it is APG having that. 7.4k, now there's a lead in terms of gold for our junglers.
Very dangerous slow bleed coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Every single objective so far has fallen into favor to the side of Alpha Gaming, due to the fact that Shizan on this match journey has been a phenomenal gamer so far. He's been finding what? Multiple man knockups, multiple setups for his team. So, Blacklist International, to stop this bleed, look out for Shizan.
And there's this certain layer of skills for APG that was very effective all throughout this game. It all started around 4 minutes wherein everyone's just prepared to go for the focus fire. Now Blacklist International again is finding the time, finding the moment to go for the counter play. Now APG still on the lead. Chang is already low on life. This might be for them.
Look at that Chaz! He's leading the offensive,
Tammy1
pushing back, but Tammy1 gets that one. Triple knock up from Tammy1. Yulong makes it in for Alpha Gaming, takes down the FMVP. They want to push it back, and right now Alpha Gaming is getting that momentum. Triple wave is coming for Blacklist. They need to defend.
A big misplay coming in from Tammy1, missing that flash proof, setting their team to a defensive state right now with another tier 3 going in favor for the side of APG. Things are looking even more dire for the PKL squad.
At this point for Blacklist International, they don't want another high ground tower to be destroyed by APG. So it's already 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes out the game. APG still on the lead. 2-0-4 for Yulong. It all started with that early game. Now they're getting more resources against them. You have Renji starting the Overlord, and you have players also at the Tyrant. This could be a bait because I don't think they will continue this. You have Just G up front for the vision and information for Blacklist International.
Yup, they're gonna pressure out. They're just gonna look for that vision. They want Blacklist to come out of their shell. They're gonna make Blacklist force a team fight they're not comfortable with.
The waves are starting to push in for the side of the mid lane here. As you can see, pressure is setting on towards Chaz.
Ooh, but Chaz, look at the board, connects to two people. Yulong connects to the front lane. Just G gets pressure out. 5 people still standing for the Malaysian, and Chaz is the only casualty here.
KNC Honor, hit that CD key in because there's a chance you get all heroes and skin chests for you to draw. But back to the game with Chaz being down. All the pressure that Blacklist International want to be setting up has been relieved. APG with that Shadow Tyrant, they are looking for this final tier 3.
Yep.
Definitely, this could be it for APG. 5.7k goal lead now for Blacklist International. Chaz is going to be alive, but the high ground tower at the middle lane is going to be destroyed. So it's going to be hard for them. And for APG, it's kind of predictable as to where Blacklist will go for that initiate.
They're gonna force Blacklist into turtling, and they don't want to force that team fight. Yulong is going for that disengage. They're gonna wait another wave.
They're waiting for the next Shadow Overlord towards the top side here. They're playing it slow, steady, composed. I like the gameplay coming in from Alpha Gaming. They do not want to take any single risk in this play, but minions are marching through. APG, are they going for the play?
Xia coming into that tower, and he's gonna go.
Shazam!
The Shazam show is here. Look at that board. Connects to 3 people, but Yulong dances gracefully. Joshi, he needs to back down. Go to the
Crystal,
back, and the Crystal is destroyed. Malaysia taking another one.
Back-to-back wins for the MKL region. MKL is on top. Alpha Gaming with the Susan Show is back at it again.
I mean, this is the fan favorite team. Third placers of MKL winning against the champions of PKL. Talk about control, the precision. It was on point for APG.
It was all for their winning. Since the early game, it was Susan finding multiple angles of approach. The engages was just so darn crucial in limiting Chami1's entire gameplay experience.
And it was a very fast-paced play for APG. I mean, there was no time for Just G to have a breather, and at the same time, it's not normal that we see Chami1 being at low life before the minute of a game.
Yep, looking at Blacklist, they were very pressured on that game. The full map was conquered by Alpha Gaming. We're gonna look at the items.
And we've talked about the pressure. Let's focus on the Chami1 having 5 attempts. And this is a Dharma we're talking about, and it's Chami1. So it just means that for APG, they had a great time, or they had the best method to stop him.
Like, we talk about Chami1, FMVP coming from PKL, but if you limit him, you can start to see how far you put Blacklist International behind. All those plays that he was supposed to find those multi-man knockups has been dissolved and disintegrated for the side of APG. But check out the stats here. Susan, 64% kill participation, highest in his team, and look at that damage.
Wow, Shishan being the offensive of Alpha Gaming, and he proves that he is dangerous. The combo with Yulong, with that Jing, makes Blacklist International fall into despair. Every time, every team fight, you could see Shishan and Yulong coming in to destroy that battle formation.
Yeah, definitely, and you have 3 players on the side of APG at 64% in terms of teamfight rate. And when we say teamfight rate, not because they are at 64% means that they were together during the teamfight. They were activated individually in those lanes. As the way we could see a downward slope on towards MKL team APG, and it's just Blacklist International losing control. And we all know that for Blacklist International, their edge is the early game. But if they don't get the early game, then it's gonna be hard for them to transition mid to late game.
It's what we talk about. Honor of Kings is never about a one-man game. It's about the full team playing to the best of the best, and that led to MKL leading the charge to the 12-minute mark goal lead. But MVP, we have to give it to one person, and it has to be Shisan on that Maestro Nui. He had an insane game on this pick.
Wow, Shisan is literally the MVP, carrying every moment, every initiation on his back. Double, triple knockups on the Blacklist team.
Probably we'll see that in the highlights wherein he was able to get a kill against Dragon. Dragon was there at the push bottom lane, but then again, because of those pokes, because of the crowd control, it was APG winning that team fight. You have 26% damage dealt in this Mai Shiranui plus the damage taken. So every time there was a poke on the side of APG, there was the follow-up. We've been mentioning about the ring of skills. It's just APG that was so on point on that game number 2. Again, even the breather for Blacklist International wasn't available.
I like how you say the mention of layering of skills, because that's exactly what happened here. Check out this play here. Flash engage on towards Dragon, an immediate follow-up coming in from both Xiang and Yulong to get those kills here. And hang on, where's Shisan? He's here.
Yeah. And then there were plays for Shisan at the top lane and then at the bottom lane. This was the turning point. This was the turning point.
They're gonna see Shisan in their nightmares, because every time, every team fight, Shisan and Yulong is always there. You can see that here. Dragon, he doesn't want to show himself because Shisan is there.
Shisan's putting so much pressure on towards the members of the side of Blacklist International, and you can see the confidence oozing in from the APG roster. 6 minutes, and they are already at the enemy high ground.
And even for Xiang actually diving against the players of Blacklist International inside the base. So at this point, the 10 minutes, there's a huge lead already, very evident, because Xiang is at level 14, you have Chami 1 at level 13, and all in all, we've talked about having Yixing on the passive side. It feels as if the boards were used defensively instead of offensively, as to why it wasn't that much effective for Blacklist International.
Wow, but I can see that they are feeding off this energy of the stage. Alpha Gaming, HBSE, Blacklist, and WeTran is supported by such a huge crowd. For you guys at home who would want to watch them, support them, come to Quill City 1, Kuala Lumpur.
Exactly the case here, but man, back-to-back games with absolute bangers between MKL and PKL. We deserve a bit of a break, right? Because holy, that was just I need to breathe. But hey, grab your snacks, grab your drinks. We will be going for a short 5 minutes break, and we will be back for more MKL PKL Grand Finals action.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Why are you here?
In here's okay. No one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top. Always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest, and this makes us stronger.
Of course, in Malaysia, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia boleh.
Who do you think will win Nation Clash?
You ask a very good question.
Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah.
I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog and no one see us, no one smell us. And when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because Beatrice is very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Killer. Because Malaysia, we got discipline. They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played.
We different level. We level so high.
Ah, so boring, come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really ask me that question, ma? Of course, Indonesia food is the best, lah. Huh? Malaysian food is better because we got nasi lemak, roti canai.
Come on, bro. Nasi lemak. Got one word for you. Flavor. You bring the spice. Again.
Char kway teow, rojak.
Indonesian food, the best, bro.
We have Indomie. All the food is very good.
Indonesian rendang is the best, bro.
Have you even tried sinigang, adobo? It's S tier, bro.
Adobo? Nice, man.
Filipino food is the best!
Maggie me! Our Malaysia is better!
Wait.
We are just better.
Hello, Honor of Kings esports fans and Quill City Mall. We are back at it again after a short break, but man, Chantel, what a series!
Yeah, definitely what a series. I didn't even imagine that game number 2 we're in the third placer of MKL will defeat in that fashion the champions of PKL. At this point for PKL teams, it's a battle against themselves and wow, the uproar. I mean the shouts of our MKL supporters.
Yeah, you need to be here. You need to be here.
You
at
have to
Quill
be here.
City Mall to face and to feel the support, the amazing support of all of these Malaysian fans.
The Malaysian fans are roaring because they are providing every bit of support, led by none other than Kang Chu Chu on the audiences. We need every one of you coming in at the Quill City Mall, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
And we also have Chu Chu hyping the crowd during day 1. And we also have Danny Hood, the founder of Homeboys, here at our venue.
Yup, he's gonna support, and not only him, but everyone of Malaysia is coming here today to give out their voice, give out their support for their nation. But don't forget that the Filipinos are also supporting Philippines today.
Yeah, definitely. But for this game number 3, it's still gonna be Blacklist International going up against Homeboys, Black Shoe Esports. And I gotta say, at least they had this chance to win a game against them. But it's gonna be a tall order.
But judging from Homeboys Black Shoe Esports game number 1 performance, it wasn't as clean compared to what APG has shown us. So, judging from form alone, it looks like Blacklist International has much more of a chance challenging Blacklist in this game number 3.
Yep, we're gonna see the fight, we're gonna see the spirit. Blacklist needs to get this win to bring it into game 4 because right now they are struggling and they need to find that winning condition.
This is the home crowd advantage that we talk about. We have the Malaysian fans supporting, hyping up the MKL teams for the Honor of Kings first ever Nation Clash.
I'm pretty sure for our viewers, for Filipino viewers, they're also supporting our PKL teams, Blacklist International weekend at their homes. So maybe this might be it for our PKL teams. Anyway, we have the GPP. Expect that the heroes will be kind of limited moving forward. I'm just thinking that for Blacklist International, they played around their strengths game number 2. So the jitters won't be there anymore come game number 3. So probably this is them having that momentum shift for this grand finals.
Yeah, we have the Luna from Mustang King, the Jing from Yulong. The title of the Assassin Country is very, very respected on the MKL.
And remember earlier, before us going to a break, we've been discussing about Just G's performance of the pay. It's as if, again, for the side of Blacklist International, they're not playing around their strengths. So again, it's about the teams having that battle inside them against themselves. So it's something that they need to change. Game number 2, or I mean game number 3, because for HBSE or in totality for MKL teams, the momentum is definitely on their side.
The battle starts between both Coach TG and Coach Broccoli in this combat of the pick and bans. Starting on the blue side will be Blacklist International banning out the Pei and Dolia. For the side of HBSC, they found success with the Maestro Nui from the hands of Shisan. Right now, it's locked away from Dragon.
Yup, this draft is amazing on the banning side. They don't want to give HBSE that assassin pick, and to countermeasure it, they picked along the killer hero, the burst damage for Blacklist International. To counter that, the momentum maker, Dharma.
Guiyu has locked in that Dharma. That will put a lot of pressure towards the backline heroes coming in from Blacklist International. HBSC, what do you prioritize on towards Musang King here? Is it a jungle that you're showing here, or what are you looking for? It will be a Marco Polo lock in for Vivi in that farm lane.
Interesting pick for the side of HBSE. We don't normally see them prioritize the Marco Polo as early as this, and it's because they want to have that winning lane because Arlie won't be available on Blacklist hands. Now for Blacklist International, there is still that option to get the Guan Yu on their side. So it's gonna be Agudo, another strength for Blacklist International on Just Cheese prowess.
Yep, this is a good draft for the Blacklist side. They have their strong front laners. They have Fatih, they have Agudo, they have that continuous damage. HBSE, they need someone with a front to back potential.
Blacklist here might be looking for the combination that we saw from yesterday, the Agudo, Nua, and Motsu composition, where you land one cannon blast and you just throw everything on towards their face here. But we're going to the second phase of the pick and bans. Might be locked away for their own taking here, but HPSC, their third priority will land towards the Sus from Athena. This is a interesting one coming into this game number 3.
Wow. This is the second time that we will be seeing Athena actually at KNC.
Yep.
And I've asked some of the pro players from PKL about their thoughts on the Athena play day number 1. And they were kind of surprised to see an Athena being chosen at an international tournament.
Yeah, but Athena is such a respected hero band for Zil himself because his Athena wreaks so much havoc. And considering the only gameplay that we could play against an Athena roam is to not care for the Athena, it's gonna be difficult for the early game for Blacklist.
And to talk about the Athena as well, your Agudo, your release on your passive, if you get harassed by Athena, you can't be using that passive on the jungle camps here. But going to the second phase of the pick and bans, we see more jungle being prioritized on towards the bans on the side of Blacklist International. You have Pei, Lam, Musashi locked away from the hands of Musang King. So Zihong going for the calming mid as well.
So with this damage output that HBSE has, I think it's gonna be hard even for the Long to actually have that farming phase as early as possible. So I really love the respect also on the Ganon Mo ban for HBSE. So I'm kind of feeling for Blacklist International. They are leaning towards a tempo type of mage. You mentioned about Nuwa. Lishin won't be available on this. And for Blacklist International, that's what they need. Something that can stop the fast-paced hero or rotation from HBSE.
Yeah, they need a strong roam. They need a roam that could hold on so much of the front line. And Wu Tzu Xiao Chao is such a good answer. They could cannon blast that Athena. They could hold on that Kong Ming. And with Marco Polo in mind, the Marco could not go for the front to back that easily.
And Chaz is one of the best Mozi players across the world. He's been able to find those big moments yesterday when they went on against Biggestrom by Vitality, and today they are being put up against the series point. If they lose this, it's series point for MKL and Malaysia here. So bringing out his signature one will allow Blacklist International and PKL to be more comfortable if they do win the game here. But it is a Athena jungle or Calming jungle, either one.
I think it's gonna be Calming jungle. And you have Jihong, of course, at the Sure, and you have Athena as the roam.
Yeah, it's gonna be Kongming jungle
Yeah,
with the
Kongming
Athena
jungle.
roam, but the Shi is gonna buy a crystal for that roam, I think. It's the same comp that they're using against BTR on the yesterday's match.
Yep, exactly. You put Zhe on a jungle semi-roll. When you go in for those plays, you can see how hyped up MKL fans are. They're providing so much support for HBSC as these are your drafts going into game number 3.
One thing I really love the placement of HBSE having the Sure as their mid lane, because it's as if telling everyone that this is gonna be a fast game. You have the crowd control, and at the same time someone that can zone the jungle and find that jungler on the side of Blacklist International.
Malaysia, Quill City Mall, let's get it going as we have game number 3 between Blacklist International from Philippines going up against our home favorites, Malaysia's homeboys, Black Shoe Esports.
Wow, they are gonna bask in the glory. They're gonna bask in the support of the Malaysian fans. HBSE is gonna come in strong.
Now, this game is about early game control, having the Athena on the side of HBSE, even with the vision and rotation, as why for Blacklist International, they're speeding things up.
Wow, such a good counter. Fusang King getting pressured out, and the first blood from Blacklist International.
Super aggressive stuff coming in at the start of the match here as we see Plus scaling away the Azure Golem, putting a bit of relief for homeboys Black Shoe Esports, but the damage has been done. The combing has been first blooded.
Definitely a great answer, but against the champion one. So Shah's gonna be down. You also have Chaz there. So Gulia is forced to back away. Now for Blacklist International, very smart move on not thinking about the Athena invading, not reacting on that, but doing a play that will benefit them. Now, for this one, Blacklist International still has the control. Shah is just farming around. So for just as much as possible, you need to get those camps from HBSE's side.
So here's the plan. The Athena roam cannot get a single kill from Zay. If he gets a single kill, it's gonna reset the whole process of his feeding. So if HBSE managed to get one kill, Blacklist International, it's gonna gain some gain from that.
You can see the early game aggression coming in for the side of HBSE. They get another kill towards the top side. And right now, towards the mid, you can see more pressure being generated by Blacklist, but there is just no available target for the PKL squad.
There's a very strong rotation coming in from our trio mid for Blacklist International, but the thing is that for HBSE, there's always the trades. So you see that oh wait.
Wow, the fight is still going on. Sohong gets taken down. The VV is gonna run away. Guyi is coming in strong in the back line. Z coming in for the front line. He's gonna hold on. Joshi, he's gonna fall back. But look at that. Fusaki gets taken down. Dragon is on trouble. HBSE managed to get something out of that rotation.
And the Wonder Boy is not done, finding Chaz on towards the wall, still wanting for more kills. Blacklist International take a kill, and they find their marker here, but Chaz has one last. The Baron finds the rover from the side of Blacklist, and hang on, sir, in trouble, goes into invulnerability, has to run away. Might be the next victim coming in, but he does limp away.
An answer for both teams. Now for HBSE, they're working out on the things that could be potentially a threat from Blacklist International. For Blacklist International, they're finding a way also to kind of stretch and as much as possible don't have that attention on this Athena. Now HBSE, again, they have a lot of control at the farm lane because of the fast rotation, again, from majority of the players. Now looking at the gold, it's basically the same for both, and we can say that in terms of farm lane, it is actually Golden Kite winning that lane.
Yep, the pressure is on. HBSE haven't been going as smooth as they expected. Joshi, Chaz, and Dragon. The 3 mid lane combo is such a dangerous comp to go against the HBSE aggressive playstyle.
I like the fact that Blacklist International has been punishing Musang King very well in these plays here, and so might be the next target to fall.
Okay, Champion One's gonna dance again one by one, but right now we can see Joshi gets taken down. And look at that dub becoming the execution there at Musang King, getting one more for Malaysia. 4 kills for the host nation of Nation Clash.
So is still alive. He's finding them all. He found them all. And he is just an indestructible roller Athena that we are seeing coming in for side of Homeboyz Black Esports.
It was a 4-for-1 trade in favor of HBSE, and because of that, they were almost able to take down this tower at the middle lane. Now HBSE is currently at the lead in terms of gold, but we have to commend the targeting. Golden Kite forces a Dragon.
Wow, they're gonna fight again. The Dragon is gone. Golden Kite doesn't have his escape, and the Tyrant is open for HBSE.
All the lead that Blacklist International forced in that early game is lost. HBSE back onto the board, gets that Shadow Tyrant, and right now they are looking to put much more control on towards the map.
By the way, going back to that skirmish at the top lane, that's a long team fight. Kudos, of course, to Guyu's Truth Matter at the time. It's because of his crowd control. And speaking of control around the map, we could see Blacklist International having efforts on taking some of the jungle caps, but for HBSE, there is the trade. They're able to take down a second tower at the bottom lane.
Pressure is on for the side of Blacklist International. Towers are going down at a rapid pace. This reminds me of that last game where they fought APG because he's putting so much pressure on towards Justy.
Wow, look at that Dragon. He's gonna leap in on a team fight. I think he's about to connect to 2 people. Guyi taking him on, taking it 2. But look at Dragon Justy. He's one from Musang King, but Champion One, the MVP, is gonna clean up the mistakes that Blacklist made.
It's a 3v5, and how in the world does survive for so darn long in those fights?
It's always about the clutch plays coming in for HBSE. I mean, they're almost always complete. If in case it was a longer team fight, the rest of the players will be there and available. Still at the lead in terms of gold, 3,400, and in terms of the items, there's a huge lead, by the way.
Yep, good engagement. Dragon gets taken down, and look at that Guyi hits up Joshi. He's gonna have to fall back. Champion One cleans up the mess, but right now HBSE wants that team fight.
All the lead right now is in favor of HBSE. So it's relentless. It is not Blacklist jungle. It is just playground that he is just having so much fun with right now.
At this point, for Blacklist International, they have no other choice but to react on Jet. They had this answer earlier, but with this type of map control that they have, it's going to be difficult for them. HBSE leading the charge against Blacklist International, covering majority of the areas of the map. It's gonna be hard for them to move around those areas, and with that reaction, it could have been a kill, by the way, for HBSE.
Wow, Champion One is gonna fight this, have to fall back. Suhong poking out that front line. Guyi aiming in the back line of Blacklist Esports.
Everywhere you go for side of Blacklist International, it is like a horror game. One wrong turn, one wrong move, and so comes in.
But Guyi lifting the back, and right now the Dragon needs to go back. Guyi gets taken down, but right now the trade still goes to Blacklist. He got Guyi. Musang King still wants more. Suhong pushing back the defense of Blacklist Esports.
But towers are still going in favor for side of HBSE. Kills, yes, Blacklist found 2, but how do they stop this bleeding from happening?
Definitely for this one, there should be an effort to go over the split pushes. Although it's gonna be hard for them. It's just that they need to wait for those items on a Golden Kites alone. So as much as possible, they need to defend as early as they can because HBSE, they're ready for everything. They're ready for those damages. They're ready for another team fight. And it's as if them hugging the majority of the areas of Blacklist. 4.7k gold lead for HBSE. We have the core items already for this Marco Polo. Even a defensive one, by the way. So he's ready just in case he types in the players of Blacklist.
You can see the pressure that's being generated by HBSD. Every time Blacklist International wants to enter this jungle, who do you see? So on that flank, who do you see? Zihong's Silky Orbs coming in. It is so scary if you're a Blacklist, but they come in with the hull. They found the best
Oh no!
Look at that Golden Kite gets taken. But right now the Dragon is gonna fly away. HBSE has 2 waves coming in for the Blacklist Crystal.
Massive pressure coming in from HBSE. Again, for Blacklist International, there's no breathing for the team. We have minion waves flowing on all sides of the lane.
Leaping to the backline. Dragon is his target.
Oh!
And look at that. The mid laner of Blacklist is gone. Zihong eating so much damage. Champion 1 eating all the damage for Blacklist. Blacklist, they're not gonna go down easily without a fight.
They still hold on. They get 2 quick kills in succession here over the Wolf coming in for the side of HBSD. Puts a bit of a relief to the PKL fans.
And even though for HBSE, there were 2 players down, they were still able to get this Tyrant onto this game. Good thing for Blacklist International. The high ground tower at the bottom lane is still standing. Now Blacklist, we saw the potential of the team in terms of the crowd control and even the damage that they have. As long as Golden Kite gets 1 more item, that is probably the turning point for the team. It's just that for HBSE, it's kind of predictable for them to know where in Blacklist International will go.
Exactly the case here, Chantel, as we have shadow objectives spawning on towards the map. But they found a catch on Zihong.
Look at that. Dragon leaping in. Tammy 1 gets 1 for Blacklist International. The Philippines are fighting back. Acting as a front line, Mustang King shadowing a lot on that fight, but right now, look at Chaz zoning up so much and getting so much. Guyi, double kill, the rampage is good. What an outplay from the Malaysians.
The Wonder Boy Guiyu, our MVP of the MKL Grand Final, step up, and he is just dominating the boards. Right now, waves are starting to pile in. 15 seconds death timers for 4 members of Blacklist International.
The only player that will be alive is Just Keep First and the rest. This might be it for HBSE. All high ground towers could probably be destroyed, but since Golden Kite is here, the up lane is gonna be defended. And now for HBSE, they'll focus on taking this objective against Blacklist International. So there is this breather for Blacklist. I mean, they already have the items, yes, but it's just 11 minutes of the game. With this huge of a lead for HBSE, I don't think that they have enough kit to kind of shred the HP of the players.
It's 9,000 gold lead, like Chantel mentioned. Everything is going in favor for HBSE. Can Blacklist International find another few catches like they did with Zihong, like they did with Musang King? That will probably put them back into the control. But Waves looking to crash into this top tier tree as we're looking at the offensive play being committed by Zhe.
Leaping in, Zhe coming in for Blacklist, and look at that! The double combo, the FMVP Guyi taking forward for the team. Cherry Ward, he won't be able to move because of the whole double kill from Mustaki. They still want for Golden Kite. Gets taken down, triple goes to the Malaysian, and right now Malaysia takes game 3
with the clean ace. Malaysia and KL are at match. Series point against Philippines PKL. We are at the most dominating performance that we've seen in this game by Blacklist.
Championship point for our MKL teams, and we can see that they've prepared for this. I mean, in terms of the rotation, it's very fast-paced. They play, yes, very fast from the previous series or matches that we had, but this is something else.
Wow.
They're ready for blood and they mean business.
Wow, this is crazy. The gameplay that HBSE is doing is out of the league because I love how he plays. I love how they play, each and every one of the players synchronizing as a team, dominating the Gorge.
Good point that they play as a unit. I mean, the layering of skills is there, even the positioning, and even at the moment we're in, Blacklist International made it in a way wherein they will not react to the Athena. They found a way rather wherein it will be still effective. So they focused on other lanes, gave Chami one of the best or one of the hardest games that he've had, because with this one you have Jihong at 1-3-2 on the Shi, and when we've said that with the Shi, it means that for HBSE they were focused on giving enough space and mobility around the map, so it will be a lot easier for Kuyu, even for VV, to position themselves inside or within that area of team fight.
But we talk about one thing, Chantel, I agree to whatever you have said, and it all makes sense because Zihong, VV, they were great, and Guiyu had those wonder flags, but Ze on that Athena, wow, he was everywhere in that early game.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was pressuring everything. Dragon was literally brought on his knees. Every team fight, every initiation, the front-to-back potential, and we know that is what Malaysia needs, the front-to-back to counter Joshi and Dragon, and it is what they deliver.
And we mentioned about the layering of skills, right? And there were moments probably we'll see that at the highlights we're in. Majority of the players of HBSE will go for the spokes, half the players of Blacklist International almost low on life, and you have Musang King being activated.
Yeah.
So it's literally a mixture of every flavor for our Malaysian teams that was so effective as to why, if we look at the gold graph all throughout the game, it was just HBSE dictating that one because all the tyrants went to their hands, even the Shadow Tyrant, it's just them playing the Malaysian way.
But props to Blacklist, right? They played a very good early game in limiting the likes of that calming on the hands of Musang King of his farm. We saw level 1 Chaz already solo killing that calming, but MVP deserving towards Guiyu. It had to be between the Wonder Boy Guiyu or between the, but Guiyu had his moments in the further stages of the game.
Definitely, and if you're up against Blacklist International as much as possible, you want to stop Chami 1. And in that department, it was Guiyu doing that one, and he had the highest damage dealt. By the way, all throughout the game, 26%, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 76,000 all throughout that game. So with the damage taken as well, there is that conversion that every time you soak in the damage, you also deal damage on the other side, plus the help of the other players. 7-3-12 KDA for a Dharma. Imagine the prowess he had on that game number 3.
I've been saying since Guiyu was playing in the IKL, he was mechanically gifted, and he's been proving that each and time again.
And hey, Rookie, we are not gonna give you back Guiyu. Kita takkan pulangkan Guiyu. No. There's no return policy here. But let's check out the replay here. I gotta say, late game, mid game is Guiyu, but that early game though, man, how many times Ze actually got out alive with a sliver of health?
To be fair, Blacklist International had their moments of glory. It was a 3-1 around almost 2 minutes of the game. It's just that for HBSE, this is the turning point. Okay, so they had this crowd control coming in from Kuyu, and at that moment, even Jihong was part of the team fight. And because of that, they had 4 players down, and it was so early to get that kind of kill against a team that is very systematic early game. So HBSE, again, just wreaking havoc against the players of Blacklist International, and it feels as if, for me, Blacklist International had a hard time on having this Chow Chow activated for every team fight. Yes, there was the burst, but at the same time, the Honey Sweet Breeze could have been used in other ways, but it's just because HBSE was so aggressive against them.
Yeah, I agree. Having a Xiao Xiao brings so much into the positioning fight, and they know that almost every hero of HBSE side could go front to back. And I could see that Dragon was having such a hard time going to deliver damage after damage, but each time and on time again, there's always Zay and Mustanki who initiates them on the team fight.
It was a very bloody game between the MKL and also the PKL teams here. I gotta say, 3-0 right now, Chantel.
At this point, we need to inhale and exhale. because everything was so intense. But I'm still confident with the boys from our PKL because I believe that resilience is a part of their traits. I mean, it could be said also for majority of the players, but we had long stretches already. Probably we could see another game between them, but depending, of course, to our MKL teams. And because Blacklist International played Game 2 and Game 3, it means that it will be we trend to try to extend this grand finals and probably or potentially have game number 5.
So they are playing against, WeTrend is playing against Alpha Gaming here. So
Yeah.
not the best of an opponent to be going up against because Alpha Gaming has been very clean and consistent in that first game.
And they won, APG won against the Blacklist International. So definitely that's one thing for the teams. And again, this is region pride. For MKL, if they win this grand finals with a 4-0, that is a statement that makes them very historic on this. 3-0 and potentially 4-0. Now for the Philippines, they need to stretch this one.
Yeah, this is gonna be the pressure for WeTrend. And remember, right now they're not playing as a team. They're bearing their nation's flag. The Philippines, all the hope and glory is getting pushed on WeTrend. And we have seen WeTrend perform amazingly against HBSE. So I'm hoping that WeTrend could turn the tables for Philippines.
Definitely for WeTrend, they need that same spark. Game number 1, for sure. Because they played really well against Homeboys, just like what you've mentioned. But here's the thing. Again, we have the GPP. Definitely the heroes will be one crucial factor in this. Because if ever Philippines will be able to stretch this series as much as possible, they don't want to use majority of their power picks in this game number 4. This is how interesting and very competitive our grand finals is, even at the semifinals. So if you weren't able to watch the semifinals, it is a pure strategic plays from our coaches. Same with our grand finals now. So for WeTrend, it's up to Coach TG and even Coach Exozen regarding their play style coming to the grand finals.
But it's backs against the walls right now, right? If you don't really pull out those pocket picks that you prepared for a long best of 7 series, when will you actually pull them out? Because if you lose this game, you are out of it and the champions will be MKL. So for PKL, it is now or never time to pull all the trump cards that you are preparing for.
Now, you know what, Saki, I'm really interested to hear about your thoughts. You were a pro player before. If things like this happen to your team during your experiences, how do you normally draft? Do you draft around comfort heroes or you draft around the meta heroes?
I think it's definitely down to comfort heroes here because your back's against the wall. You want to be playing whatever you want to be able to push that series to a full here. So small steps for PKL. One win at a time to force it into ultimate battle.
Yup, this is gonna be hard, but not impossible for the Filipinos. And I will see, and we will all want to see how the Philippines is gonna defend their nation pride on this 4th match, Chantel.
At this point, this is where emotional pressure will come in. So for ABG, still they are at the momentum. They're 3-0 at this grand finals. We won't be seeing Duranji and even Maishiranui on the side of WeTrend, and even them will ban out the pay. So we have players banning specific heroes because, as Asagi said, it's more about comfort heroes now.
I have to agree with you. It's down to comfort here, Chantel, whereby comfort falls into one thing. It is JD's Arlie being locked in.
Yup. JD's Arlie is here, and he's gonna bring so much off the team fight because we know Arlie is such a micro hero, and we could see that JD piloting that Arlie.
And due to the global ban pick here, ladies and gentlemen, Irenjie banned out, Chano used. So who's the counter for Arlie here? There is no assassins coming in for WeTrend if they want to counter this Arlie.
Okay. This time around, it's gonna be Syndicate. You have their Finn at the Marco Polo. By the way, Marco Polo is one of the heroes being used definitely by WeTrend during PKL. So it's them having the comfort heroes, and I really like that they got the Diadia as early as now, because you don't want having that Arlie Diadia combo. It's gonna be deadly now for APG. They can focus on having the junglers. Luna won't be available. Even Jing won't be available. And it's gonna be Brand.
That is so aggressive coming in for that
no.
APG. This is looking so comfortable for Alpha Gaming. This is what they're known for, but I'm loving the counter here coming in for the side of WeTrend. They pick up the Musashi on the hands of Arise.
Yep, this is going to be a good deny pick too from the Alpha Gaming side. The Algren Idea combo could be dangerous for that WeTrend side, and we know that Arise loves Algren so much, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think WeTrend has used Algren
Yes,
on the first match.
they've got in some of their games during KNC, even during the regular season of PKL. So we have our cosplayers, by the way, at the venue. This is game number 3, or I mean game number 4. You can still come and experience everything live. So we have another ban, which is gonna be Shangguan for WeTrend. So they don't want a very aggressive mid lane, and they are the ones to ban the Ganonmo.
Wow, Aaron's most powerful hero is closed out on WeTrend themselves. And Liu Bang is going to be closed out on Alpha Gaming. They don't want that Musashi and Liu Bang offensive combo to counter out the Algren for the front line. And WeTrend has a good comp. They have the idea, they have Musashi, the catch comp is good, but they need the front line for WeTrend.
WeTrend definitely wants to put a front line up for the grabs coming in for their composition, but also put an engage or a enabler onto the hands of Aaron, because we saw in that game on how well Aaron played when he got that U1. Flash engages, setting up the team tempo for the side of WeTrend here. So, what are you going to be picking for the side of Aaron in this 4th pick?
I won't be surprised if they get the Lady Zhen for him on this support pick for WeTrend. It's more of a utility, and at the same time having that power control and the Sunset. So it's a good combo actually. You have the Lady Zhen and even Sunset if they're able to take that one out. But the APG, again, this is a very strong lineup already. Just these 3 heroes. You could definitely say that they can dictate the tempo of the game. So we're waiting for that mid lane, and they still have a lot of options up their sleeves. Not unless they will get a Daji, not unless they will get Flowborn Mage. I'm just not sure if we'll be seeing Flowborn Mage.
Wow, Elaine. So he's gonna pair up that Tolia with the Elaine combo. His front-to-back potential is gonna go crazy, and we know Xiang is such an aggressive player, and with that in mind, Lady Zen is the closer for WeTrend Strap and expected Chantal.
If anything for WeTrend, specifically for Aaron, it's part of his favorite heroes. He has 80% at the Lady Zhen at PKL.
Wow.
The biggest question is that, will this be enough to extend the game to another one if they're up against APG, who played really well against Blacklist International?
It is only one way to find out, as we have our drops set, lock, done. APG, MKL, 3-0 against PKL as for this time. Game 4, Quill City Mall. Ladies and gentlemen, Honor of Kings fans, we are going into it with Alpha Gaming MKL on towards the blue side, and WeTrend Esports on towards the red side.
This is gonna be the last life for Philippines, bringing Malaysia one step closer and gaining victory. JD pressuring out in the mid lane, but he's gonna fall back, and right now this is a good pressure from Alpha Gaming.
And definitely for WeTrend, the X Factor hero is going to be Maze. So a lot of the things that should be done by WeTrend is going to be from his hands. And good thing that we're able to take that first blood against JD on the RD.
That was a very good first blood right now. The terror is not over. The invade coming in from WeTrend is towards the jungle off the side of Yulong. They get a quick kill. They get the buff. Very comfortable start coming in for our WeTrend as one good breakthrough.
Wow, look at that 1v1. Syndicate flashes out Xiang. They need to fall back, and look at the offense! 2 kills for the Philippines. Again and again, WeTrend is asserting dominance.
Okay, for WeTrend, they've woken up at this game. Definitely a huge lead for a 1-minute game. So as long as they're able to keep pressure on a JD's lane, then this might be it for them to extend this series. Now for APG, they're slowly building up that momentum, having Yulong farm as early as now. Now for WeTrend, it's good that Arise's position isn't revealed as early as now.
Very comfortable start for WeTrend. Can they maintain this consistent of a lead as we march towards the later stages of the game. This is the PKL's final hope. Just like what Rookie has mentioned, they need to punch this ticket to a Game 5 for the PKL, for the Philippines region.
They need this reverse sweep 3-0 lead on the Malaysian side, the host nation for Nation Clash, and they're gonna keep asserting their dominance. Alpha Gaming is controlling the mid lane.
Great showing for both teams. I mean, in terms of control in their lanes. So for Weetrend, they're still on the lead, yes. But I really love the positioning of Shisan with those pokes and territories. Now for Weetrend, nice showing also on having a rise, have the support in securing majority of the buff.
Slow start, slow start. Take a breather here. Everything is possible from this end here. It is game 3. It is game 4. We are looking at a monstrous lead, just like what Rookie mentioned here. But WeTrend has had many good plays, and this might just be another one of them.
Oh, look at that WeTrend Arise leaping into that tower with full confidence. WeTrend, they're not afraid to face Alpha Gaming.
I like the WeTrend spirit here, even though it's at death's door for the PKL region. But they are still playing super duper aggressive, manifesting every single lead from the MKL squad.
Good usage on the bitter farewell for Maze every time there is a hero or player from APG. So we'll see a fast reaction at the Clash lane.
Oh, look at the Conductor of Souls connects to Syndicate. Syndicate gets pushed back, but he still survives. The set cell outplay from Syndicate. And oh no, they're coming. They're coming. The Filipinos are coming. They're gonna fight, and JD gets taken down. The reverse kill from the Filipinos.
They are relentless, and they are not backing down without putting up a showcase against APG. 0-3 in terms of scoreline. 1,000 goal lead before we head into that Tyrant.
By the way, that was a masterful reaction coming in from WeTrend. They knew that there were two players at top lane. That's why they went straight at the bottom lane. Now we will see a possible skirmish. You have the board coming in.
Oh, he's gonna fall in. Arise, falling back. Look at Siam separates the team fight very well. And Yulong holding on, and the Arlie gets that kill. The pressure from Alpha Gaming keeps on pressuring the Filipino side, and they are showing their prowess.
The team fighting is so crispy coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming. The double dip and sunset is proving so much value. Fortunately, Bittersweet Farewell doesn't land on towards Siam, but the jungle, the damage has been done. APG collect more resources in towards their pockets.
Yeah, definitely for Yulong, he's just all over the place on this jungle camps against the Weekend. As to why this Ograd will be a threat later on, come to the next fight. Now for Weekend, it's really nice that they group up as early as now. But here's the thing, okay, since Weekend is grouping up, then there's a lot of space for JD. Darfin at the top.
Wow, Darfin is getting chased by Sia. Look at that set sail, saved by Syndicate. And he's gonna fall back. The board connects to 4 people. But right now, Shushan still survives. Syndicate becoming the savior of Darfin.
Okay, so for Darfin, he's still alive at that time, but we mentioned about the Arlie. So because of that, there was a lot of space at the bottom lane. Just look at JD dealing damage against Syndicate. Later on, that will hurt because of the items that he has. Currently at 3.6k, but it's a good thing for Darfin that he is, or he has higher gold against this Arlie. So for WeTrend, they're still continuing to kind of get that control around the map. But for APG, they're continuously and slowly building up that momentum.
Momentum is starting to shift a bit, because even if you have 5 men looking for Siam, it was still a very good disengage coming in for the Alpha Gaming Clash. You can see positioning, focus around the respawn on this red team Crimson Golem. We might just have a fight around this objective, as both teams are looking solely to enter this death pit.
Yulong is looking hungry. And he's gonna fight, but he's gonna fall back with that Path of Facet. Look at that Darfin, Fever's Barrage coming in. Arise, leaping into the team fight, and Sentinel connects with Saber. Still survive. Arise gets taken down. The fight is still going on, and JD needs to disengage. Saber gets taken out too. 2 kills from the Filipinos. Darfin 1v2. Siang is gonna fall back, and he wants that kill so bad. And Siang makes that outplay 2v1, but Siang came out as the winner.
but it's still an equal trade so far. V-Trend and Alpha Gaming are matching blow for blow, fist for fist. They are not letting go without a fight. It is looking like a 50-50 in all these exchanges.
Definitely a 50-50 for both teams. I mean, there was a juggle at the top lane around the Overlord area, and at the same time, you have Xiang at the middle lane. Now for Weekend, it's all about taking control in terms of the initiation. There was a nice set sail from Syndicate, which by the way has been very effective on this. 2-0-1 on the sunset. Now even for APG as well, you have Yulong continuously finding those areas against Weekend. Now JD, let's talk about JD. You already have the items against the Weekend. If there is a nice setup play coming in from Xiang, maybe a flank, then that might be it for APG.
Yep, the pressure is still on. Syndicate keeps on getting pressured, but Xiang, this guy is a very aggressive Clash laner. He keeps on pressuring not only Syndicate, but most of the team in WeTrend. So he's gonna be the most wanted player on Alpha Gaming for WeTrend.
The good poke so far coming in from WeTrend, forcing APG to give up the control over that Crimson Golem. That is a small win that you need to put WeTrend Esports back to a good state. 8 minutes on the clock, 1,000 gold lead in favor for side of WeTrend as our objective has been respawned. It will be that Tyrant in that river, but a tussle is starting for this mid lane control.
Okay, Arise. He's going to start on that Tyrant. He wants that Tyrant badly. The second Tyrant of this game. Shashan getting pressure out and looking at Mei. Xiao coming in as the backline. Dashes with Syndicate. Getting reset again. And Arise leaping in the fight with full bravery. And Xiao, the double death at sunset. He's gonna want that team to win. And Darwin with that Fever Barrage connecting to two people. But the Malaysian, they are not coming with a loss. The double kill, the triple kill, ace for Malaysia!
APG is doing it! They are doing it not for themselves, they are doing it for the MKL! The Malaysians are starting to roar! They are going it at this game number 4!
Now we hear the shouts of the Malaysian supporters. APG right now looking strong, and probably this might be it on this game. You have another tower down at the middle lane, and for WeTrend, it's going to be hard for them to go for the counter engage. As much as possible, they want to slow things up, and it feels as if probably they want to focus on probably having the split pushes because they're fighting brawl fights against APG. And in terms of damage, it is APG on the lead because of this huge and massive difference.
Look at that set tail connects Saber. It's going to be front line. The Destin encounter connects the 3 people. And right now, Alpha Gaming, they need to fall back. This is not their team fight. Shadow objectives are coming and they need to fall back.
JD getting crashed on by that Death at Sunset here as we get on towards the team fight here. Xiang towards the front side here. JD first to fall, but Xiang with the reset has to bail away towards safety here. Syndicate going for the engage, catching on towards Yulong. This is the first moment as they are back at it with a comeback off the team fight, but it is not over. Ford catches on the Syndicate, down to towards a counter kill for the NKL squad.
Okay, 2 for Jade. After the skirmish, what you could see for WeTrend, they're able to take more objectives against APG. So because of that, the lead isn't that much of a lead now for WeTrend. So it's a nice thing for them. And we have other players from APG trying to contest this one out.
Sia! They're gonna come in the D5, taking one. Aaron is gone. Sia making the impossible possible, pushing back WeTrend further. And the Shadow Tyrant is taken by the Filipinos.
You have the minion wave though at the top lane, so that's one thing for APG. Now WeTrend, still waiting for the perfect timing, I would say. But again, in terms of the damage and even sustain that Yulong has as compared to Arise, in terms of longer team fight, it is definitely APG winning. So the winning condition right now for WeTrend is as much as possible a good entry for Durfin because he's currently at 3-1-2 at this Marco Polo.
As Marco Polo has been phenomenal thus far. With the Shadow Tyrant in their pockets, it is time for WeTrend to find those aggressive fights, force APG away from their comfort zone. That is how they can bring PKL back alive at the Tempest.
Look at that. Arise coming in, ending the fight, and Yulong is gonna give that back up. Without the board, APG, they need to watch out. Syndicate still has that set sail. They want that team fight and they want it now. Alpha Gaming coming in without scaring away from the Weetran team. And look at that, Arise connects to the backline. Xiang dashes in with that. Malaysia, they are doing it. Malaysia is destroying the team fight. Xiang is handling 2, even 3 people at once. Darfin and Aaron is left.
Xiang has been such a clutch factor coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming. 1v3s, 1v4s. He is not afraid of the Filipino squad. He is going at it. He wants that win. He wants that trophy.
And because of that, APG secures another Shadow Overlord that takes down another tower at the top lane. Xiang is already at 3-3-8. You have 3 players down, but will be available for Weekend on this defense. Now APG is still continuing that pressure against Weekend. You have the board coming in, but I don't think they will jump in. APG will come in for a team fight.
Yep, they're gonna keep on pressuring. Look at Darkfin with the flanking momentum. Yulong, they need to fall back. They need to watch out. Xiang can't be this aggressive because look, the Shadow Vanguard is coming, but look at the Fever's Barrage! Xiang is coming in strong for the Malaysians. They're doing it! Look at that Weetran is getting topped on. Aaron gets taken down. The triple and the quadra for Malaysia. The gateway is open and the Nation Clash champion is here. Malaysia is 1 step closer.
It is not APG against Weetran. It is the MKL against the side of the PKL favorites, and the champions are rewarded to the Malaysian teams, HBSC and also Alpha Gaming.
The first ever champions at Honor of Kings Nation Clash. Let's give it up for Team Malaysia.
Yes, they come, they conquered. Their nation is watching and they delivered. Here we go. Give it up for Malaysia!
This isn't just about the fight for title. It's about pride and history. And Malaysia, they did it today.
It is all about history and Malaysia with the resilience, with the superior of the gameplay. This is their moment. The trophy is within their reach, but it will take some time. They have to be patient because this is what they're playing for. Malaysia, this is your champion.
Yes, they've come, they're proven, but they are not fighting as a team. They're fighting as a nation. Yep.
Congratulations! Everybody give yourselves a round of applause for Malaysia! And now it's time to claim that trophy. Malaysia, lift it high. The championship is yours. Congratulations! The strongest nation of them all! Malaysia, you have been incredible! Saber! 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 Saber!
Yeah?
You have made history! The very first champion of the Nation Clash!
Yeah.
How do you feel right now?
I'm very proud for bringing the trophy to Malaysia.
And they're all so proud of you. Guiyu, how do you want the world to remember Malaysia with this phenomenal sweep?
Remember, Malaysia is #1.
Malaysia is #1 and they have proven it all. And now, it's time to announce the finals MVP. Before we announce the finals MVP, we'd like to invite Mr. Rex Wang, Game Operation Director of Honor of Kings Publishing, Level Infinite Tencent Games. And now, the finals MVP goes to... Put your hands together is the Real Me phone, a token of your recognition for your outstanding performance throughout the tournament. Our finals MVP is a player who stood out with exceptional skill and consistency. And now, the finals MVP will be receiving the winning Nation Crystal, a symbol of triumph and pride that represents the spirit of their homeland. Now the finals MVP will insert the crystal, the shining symbol of their nation's victory, into the nation trophy, claiming it officially as their own. Congratulations! Guiyu, you have done so incredible. Look at this crowd. Look at their faces. You've made Malaysia proud. What would you like to say to everybody, to all your fans and all the Malaysians roaring for your name?
This MVP is belong to all the players from Malaysia. I hope we 3 Malaysia team in KNC can top 3.
Malaysia has been phenomenal. And now, to add to this celebration, please welcome Mr. John Zhang, Director of Honor of King Southeast Asia Publishing and Esports, Level Infinite Tencent Games, to present the champion check. Champions, please move forward, step forward, and claim your check. What a proud moment for Malaysia. They celebrate their hard-earned victory. Peak of the competition. Congratulations. And once again, thank you, Mr. John Zhang, for your support and honoring our champions tonight. And now, Malaysia, surround your trophy once again. It is time to lift it high and proud. Malaysia has proven that they are the strongest of them all. Malaysia, show the world the glory that you've earned. Raise that trophy high and proud. In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Malaysia. Malaysia has taken the glory. They have shown everything they've got, making the whole nation proud. This is their moment. This is the victory that will forever be remembered. What an incredible journey this has been. From start to finish, we've shown incredible battles on this stage. Congratulations to our champions. It has been an incredible tournament. To all the players, to all the teams, and the casters, thank you so much for everything that you've shown. And to the fans around the world, the fans here in Malaysia, you have given the energy to this stage. Once again, congratulations, our champions, Malaysia! Thank you, everybody. Everyone that's here at Quill City Mall, and to everybody watching online, thank you for your support. Nation Clash might end here, but the battle is not the end. The journey for Honor of Kings has just begun. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you in the next international tournament at KIC. This has been Honor of Kings Nation Clash.